Gentlemen, to our Princeton Day School girls lacrosse team and our whole athletic program. Being an athlete at PDS is not easy. The academic load is heavy and the demands on our teams are no less strenuous. Many sacrifices are made by our athletes, and in particular our seniors, to be on our teams, and we want to let them know how much we appreciate them. So on behalf of Princeton Day School and our athletic department, we want to ask you to help us congratulate all of our girls on a fine season, and in particular these seniors for their sacrifices and leadership that they have shown throughout the years. I'd now like to introduce our seniors and read a short statement about each of them that was provided by our coaching staff, Jill Thomas, Tracy Young, and Molly Wolf. Before recognizing our senior players, we would like to take this opportunity to recognize two senior managers for all they've done this season, keeping stats, scorebook, and managing home games. We appreciate you both and wish you all the best in the future. Flynn Gorman and Zoe Jackson. Our first seniors, in alphabetical order, is Gwen Allen. Her parents are Vivian and Will. As one of our captains this season, this four-year letter winner has had a tremendous career for our lacrosse program. An unfortunate injury at Blair sidelined her, but she's continued to be a role model for all the girls on the team and the program as a whole. We've missed her a ton on the field for sure, but have relished her presence at practices and games. She heads off to Amherst College in the fall, where she is sure to have an impact on the field hockey and lacrosse fields. Congratulations, Gwen. Our next senior is Maddie Birch. Her parents are Larry and Cindy. Another senior captain, this four-year letter winner has taken her game to another level this season. Maddie is a dynamic, low-attack player with a rocket shot. She also takes the draw and can make impossible catches seem effortless. She's been the glue that's helped build a very young team into a formidable opponent against any team in the area. She will head to Franklin and Marshall in the fall to continue her lacrosse career, and we wish her the best. Congratulations, Maddie. Our next senior is Zoe Cook. Her parents are Liz and Jack Cook. This senior attack player has had a tremendous impact on our team since she joined us in the winter. Although this has been her only year with our team, she has made a huge impact on our team, and she is a very talented player who gives her all on the draw, in the midfield, and on defense. She scored her 150th career goal against Princeton High School earlier this season. She will take her game to William Smith next year, and we wish her all the best. Congratulations, Zoe! Our next senior is Laurel Peters. Her parents are Gregory and Jason. This senior defensive player took full advantage of the opportunity to play on the varsity team this spring. Her hard work and positive attitude have been the characteristics that define Laurel on this team. She is the consummate team player who is always looking for her teammates and looking out for them as well. We wish her all the best next year and hope she'll come back to see us play in the future. Congratulations, Laurel. Our next and final senior is Val Radvanny. Our parents are Jim and Maureen. One of our tri-captains, this four-year letter winner has been a mainstay on our defensive unit. As the quarterback of this defensive unit, she has stepped up and brought this young team to a very high level. They are a unit that just keeps outworking attackers all over the field. She is tough, confident, and poised under pressure, and next year she heads to Michigan State to play field hockey. We wish her the best and thank her for being such an integral part of our varsity lacrosse program. Congratulations, Val. Now, if you please join me for one round of applause for all these seniors, and let's go Panthers!
Here comes Kaya's battle. Boom! Right up the middle, and he is gonna go! Then spin up edge!
And welcome to Baker Field in Princeton, New Jersey. Today, 62 degrees, very windy. You're going to hear that a lot on the mic on Play-by-Play Sports Network. 10-mile-per-hour winds, west-southwest, possibly a little bit faster than that. Welcome to the production today. We've got a doubleheader of PDS lacrosse for you, and the first matchup, as you saw on the spotlight, is Princeton Day School Panthers and the Somerville Pioneers, and we are set to get underway in the first. It is senior day for the Panthers, coming out in the white uniforms with the blue numerals, and then the Pioneers in the black with the orange numbers. Already into the crease. And on the back corner, again, as we mentioned, senior day, Jordan Young, class of 2021, was number 6. She had it on the far side, Maddie Birch. First possession of the game. Thanks for joining us here. Work it inside, just outside the circle. The shot a little bit high, and that was a good effort from Maddie Birch, class of 2019. They announced some of the seniors today. Unfortunately, unable to suit up, Gwendolyn Allen, who has suffered an injury attending Amherst University. They were announcing some of the accomplishments of some of these seniors before the game, as we will do again with the boys contest to follow here at PDS. Unofficially 5-5 and 3-2 for PDS, and then 7-6 and 5-1 for the Pioneers out of the Skyland League. And that is out of play. So Panthers are going to be forced to run the other way now. One shot in the game so far, not on goal. It was off of Birch. This is the first offensive attack series that the Pioneers have had today. Now behind the cage, trying to work around. Nice defense being played by Princeton Day School. One of the seniors, Jordan Smith. It's Kylie Sullivan now, dodges, works her way to goal line extended, now behind the cage. Just a couple minutes in, Somerville still looking for their first shot on net. And a good job of knocking it away. Wearing 50 today, the keeper, Margaret Madani, class of 2020 for the Panthers. And a nice breakaway attempt. Here comes Birch storming in and fires just above net. It's 2 shots for Birch, but both were above the goal. Good effort for the Panthers here. They work their way along. And sauntering behind the cage there. Now the split and driving in, that is Ellie Schofield, The ball on the ground, it's scooped up, and it will be cleared away. It looks like for the moment, although almost intercepted by a hard-charging Birch, and now it is Somerville running the other way, still looking for their first shot here in a scoreless game at Baker Field. Kylie Sullivan driving in hard. Nobody on her, and the shot is easily taken care of by Madani. Fast-paced attack continues for the Panthers. Coming on the left side. Now working back. Birch captaining the ship again. Flips to the left. On top of the arc, driving in toward the circle, and a low roller gets past the net. That was off the stick of Ellie Onhut, class of 2022. Behind the net, Skylar Mundenar. Back to Birch. Birch at the arc, flips it. And we've got a goal here. We'll take a look at the replay. PDS is on the board first at the 20:57 mark. So it took just 3 shots to get the first goal. Cook attending William Smith, one of the aforementioned seniors, had 5 goals in a 16-15 overtime win over Petty. Getting the Panthers on the board early. Shots on goal 1-1, total shots 3-1. Favor of PDS. That pass is intercepted. Now back behind the cage. Running the other way. It's Elise Madigan, the freshman, gets inside a couple defenders. And we did have a whistle. She was able to deposit it in the back of the net, but they stopped play before we could continue. So it'll be a free opportunity, as the infraction was committed before the shot. Madigan will drive in, and the shot goes wide. So PDS breathes a sigh of relief for the moment, but the Pioneers still in control of possession. Now behind the cage, it is Jordan Smith looking for an opportunity. Nice spin. Couldn't get any space. Nice defense applied. For PDS, that was Val Radvaney, heading to Michigan State to play field hockey. Now threatening. Here comes the spin. Low shot opportunity is not there. And clipped in the face, it looked like. Brings a stoppage of play. That was Taylor Graff, the sophomore, for Somerville. 5-5, 3-2 for Princeton Day. Came into this game. 128 goals for, 55 goals against. Free opportunity straight on here. Let's see if Somerville can take advantage. Driving in hard, and we will take a look at the replay as we've got another goal to even things up at 1 at the 20-21 mark. Not really much you can do about that in net. It's a nice individual effort, and it is the first goal of the game for Taylor Graff. And for Graff, that is her 14th goal of the season. 18th point as well. So we've got Cook and Graff on the board. And a 1-1 game, we go back to the center circle. And the draw is controlled by PDS. 20 minutes and 11 seconds to go in the first. Nice quick attack. Schofield now finds a shot and blasts it wide. Good attempt, though. PDS is really taking it to him. This is a Panther team that had lost players heading into the season, such as Madison Mundenar, Kyra Hall, Bridget Kane. That was 467 combined goals, 564 career points. It was a tough start to the season, a couple of losses, but this is a Panther team that's really started to come on strong. And the Mercer County opponent's going to start taking notice here. Multiple time defending champ Lawrenceville, of course, the team to watch, but PDS is putting on a little bit of a run late in the season. Mundenar trying to find a teammate, throws it in the middle. There's Cook again, and that one is snagged. Nice effort there in the cage for Somerville. Looks like Schofield now to Birch. Birch hasn't touched it in a little while. She fired off the first 2 shots of the game for PDS. Again, the 2 goals, Cook and Taylor Graff.
Here we go.
Coming about a minute apart. Schofield drives the shot off the stick shaft, and another nice recovery. Alana Glicksman, a senior, has been in the cage for most of the season for Somerville. Yet another turnover forced by PDS. Glicksman coming in with 87 saves, 48 goals against, a 5-6 record. 17:55 left in the first. PDS still threatening. They've had a lion's share of the chances in this game so far. A couple of free opportunities for Somerville led to that one eventual goal. Good defense to the left of the cage by Kylie Sullivan, one of the seniors. And it's Cook again. Cook is doubled, tries to spin away from it, dumps it off from behind the net. Now coming back out. It is Schofield, fires the shot and is able to score past the right leg of the reaching Glicksman. Very athletic play to put PDS up 2-1 with 17:23 left in the first. Take a look at the replay again. It was very unselfish. Nice drop by Cook, and then Schofield just used body position to get around 2 defenders and put it home. Good job of freeing up the space. Ellie Schofield, class of 2020. Her 25th goal of the season. She's second only to Zoe Cook, who now has 42 with her goal today. Schofield again has free room to run. There's Birch. Nice passing clinic and able to put it back in the net. It's Zoe Cook again who has 2, and it's 3-1 just like that. 7 seconds later. There you see the end of the play. Nice job by Zoe Cook. Really nice job by Schofield and Birch. Just quick passing, positioning, knowing where their teammates are. Ellie Onhut being chased by 2 black shirts. And now she'll set things up. Birch collects. Nice pass. It's Schofield again, a low shot. And she scored, however, I believe we had a whistle before the shot. 16:52 and counting to go in the first. We will get a free opportunity. Schofield looking for her second today. Glicksman at the ready. And here we go. Schofield scores. So the foul denied the goal for her second, but she was able to put it away when she had another opportunity. Nice quick snapshot there with 16:32 to go.
up, White. Keep it up, White.
3 goals in less than a minute for PDS. Schofield now with 26 on the season, 35 total points. And I would guess that Somerville really is only controlled for a couple minutes, if that, in the offensive zone for the Pioneers. Nice spin, now backing up. Nice pass in the circle and putting it home. Nice assist by Anhut. That was Jordan Young with the goal, the class of 2021 attacker. And that'll bring us to a timeout here. As Somerville started off, it looked fairly even back and forth. They had a little bit of an opportunity early on, but PDS is putting down the clamps, getting some turnovers, and really controlling. Great passing as well so far. So unofficially, about 8 shots, and 5 of them have gone in, especially the last couple. The Panthers have not missed as we take a look at the bench on the far side. PDS coached by Jill Thomas, who has been here forever. She has been coaching here since 1988. Her philosophy, it's all about the journey and the friends you make along the way. She's coached multiple sports in her tenure here. 20 plus years as the varsity girls lacrosse coach. And she's coached more than 100 teams, 500 plus career wins. As expected, that even gave her a spot in the New Jersey Lacrosse Hall of Fame, a well-deserved spot as well. Graduate of Danbury High School, got a bachelor's in her sinus, and began teaching, as we mentioned, at Princeton Day School in 1988, and filling multiple roles over those years. And it's a team that has been pretty successful, especially lately. A couple of Prep B state championship titles that have been compiled by Princeton Day School girls lacrosse under the helm of Thomas. A couple of good seniors, as we mentioned, lost last year, but brought a couple of seniors coming back in this year. And the record overall around 500, but still a lot of talent on this Panther squad, especially when you take a look at what could await in the Mercer County tournament and beyond. 16:27 to go here in the first, and already it is 5-1. So we'll take a look at the scoring here real quick. 20:57 mark, it was Zoe Cook who got on the board first to make it 1-0. And then Somerville answered with really their only offensive attack or flurry of the game so far. The 2021 mark, and Taylor Graff was able to put in a free opportunity to make it 1-1. And then it was Schofield, Cook, Schofield, and Young. 4 straight goals from the 17:23 mark to the 16:27 mark. And back to the draw we go. Big games for a lot of these girls. We mentioned the total goals, but Zoe Cook had a 7-goal frame in the Hopewell Valley victory, and Schofield had 6. It's been a nice 1-2 punch. Even if on the goal side, Cook has had at least 20 more than any other player on the Panthers. Schofield now trotting around. Somerville content to give them space. Nice bounce attempt and goes wide a little bit to the left. So that stops a string of 4 straight made shots, the first missed shot since earlier on for the Panthers. They're getting a lot of space to work with, doing a very good job of finding their teammates. It's Cook again trying to find space. Backhand attempt flies a little bit wide. You may have seen the net fall down, the practice net, out of bounds behind play, and it's been very windy indeed here in Princeton. At least 10-mile-per-hour winds that the players had to contend with, as Glicksman trying to bring it out for the 7-6 Pioneers, who are 5-1. And nearly getting another attempt, but pestering behind. Good defense by Ella McIntyre. And we got a foul on the play. PDS committed a couple earlier in their defensive zone that led to the only goal of the game by Taylor Graff at the 20-21 mark. Now back behind the cage go the Pioneers. And spinning back toward the middle. Nice shot. And we've got ourselves a goal, it looks like. Good job of trying to find the back of the net. .58 to go. Honestly, was not sure who scored that one. .58 to go. Now it's Mundenar. Sauntering behind the cage to Cook. Cook already with 2 tallies today. 4 straight goals scored by PDS in a span from 17:23 to 16:27, and then a timeout taken by the Pioneers, and they were able to strike back. Both their goals coming off of fouls. Cook, nice individual effort. Glicksman has it in the air, but Cook is staying after it, as is Glicksman. Good opportunity if Zoe can come up with the positioning. Decision was given to Glicksman after a good effort. Started off strong, but it's kind of been tough to contend with for her in the cage because PDS has done such a good job distributing the ball. A couple of their earlier goals, kind of tic-tac-toe plays, and not a lot of time to react. Now a long opportunity in front of the net. Nice weaving and knocked out of the stick. Good defense in the middle. Vanessa Devon was trying to find the right player to credit for that. A couple of players were actually in the area. Radvani as well. Good help defense on the right side of the cage as the keeper sees it. Another infraction with 13:26 to go in the first. 5-2, PDS in the lead. Elise Madigan, the freshman, able to get on the board there. So back-to-back goals from the Pioneers. So whatever adjustments were made in the timeout seem to be working for the team in black. They had about 2-3 minutes of offensive time, I'd say, for the first half of this half. And then it was pretty much all PDS for a stretch, and Somerville was able to slow things down and get a chance to run a little bit, open the game up. The top player, at least on the stat sheet for Somerville, Megan Pedrani, coming in with 67 goals on the season. That's listed 40 more than the next highest player. Got a push in the back, behind the net. 12:25 left in the first. 2-goal advantage now for PDS, who at one point led 5-1 after scoring 4 in a row. Senior day for the Panthers here. And nice opportunity came in really unmarked, only one man to beat. And another goal, this time it's Kylie Sullivan. Somerville within one. PDS scored its 4 goals in about a minute 30 of game time. Now 3 straight goals in around 3 minutes for the Pioneers. PDS hadn't been on attack for a while and get a chance to settle things down a little bit. Anhut, who does have an assist, assisted at least 1 goal today. 11:50 to go in the first. Panthers holding on to a 1-goal advantage, slowing things down wisely a little bit. Somerville trying to tighten the gaps here defensively. They were struggling with that earlier on. Zoe Cook with 2 goals to her credit today. And we've got a whistle before the shot. Ellie Anhut is going to have the opportunity here for PDS, who has already scored on 1, courtesy of Ellie Schofield earlier today. Fires in, met by some resistance, and then fires it over the net. PDS started the game out shooting Somerville 9-3, and then Pioneers have evened that up a little bit. 1-goal advantage for the Panthers. They took the lead early, and the Pioneers tied it up at the 20-21 mark, and they have led ever since after scoring. Schofield again with a rocket past Glixman, diving, but to no avail. It's 6-4 now, snapping a streak of 3 straight Pioneer goals, and a hat trick for Schofield. Nice pass, by the way, by Zoe Cook there. You saw on the replay there on the edge of the goal. Just the movement off the ball has been pretty solid in the offensive zone for the Panthers today. Zoe Cook came into this game with 6 assists, has at least 1 helper to her name today. Again, mainly the goal scorer in this attack, but doing a very good job of getting her teammates involved as Ellie Schofield now unofficially up to 27 goals on the season. Some pretty solid scoring seniors. Gwendolyn Allen, as we mentioned, who was injured. Maddie Birch, Zoe Cook as well. Laurel Peters, defense player. Also Val Radvaney. They were all honored before the game in the senior day ceremony. A burst of speed, a nice opportunity, and then I'll call it easy because the defense got there late, but a goal nonetheless from Somerville. Time it was Kylie Garcia. She weaved her way around 2 defenders, and then by the time any help came over, you saw at the end Vanessa Devon was stretching the stick out to try to block that shot attempt. So unofficially, it's the second of the game for Garcia. Back to a 1-goal advantage for PDS. PDS has been able to keep the lead since scoring at the 17:23 mark. The first of 3 goals from Schofield. The cage, quick turn. Zoe Cook, nice defense. Pioneers walled off any opportunity at a shot. PDS trying to extend their lead to 2 here on senior day. The season's starting to come to a close. We'll show you what's ahead for Princeton Day School teams. Get into that tournament time of year. Birch, nice run across and deposits it in the back of the net. Ellie Anhut has a couple of assists today. Big body for Birch, strong player, and you don't want to miss that. As you saw, she was lulling her defender to sleep, then cut in, and really nobody marking her was able to put it home. So the first goal today of Birch, 22nd overall in the season. 7-5. And what looked like it could have been headed toward a blowout, it was 5-1 early, 4 straight goals. Got to give Somerville a lot of credit for settling things down. They were able to get a couple of tallies back, and now we've just got a 2-goal advantage here with the final 9:27 upcoming. Controlled now by Somerville. They've certainly got a lot of speed. Heading in with a full head of steam and good interception. Ella McIntyre was the party concerned for PDS, trying to carry it into the offensive zone. And we've got an infraction there. PDS will keep the possession going inside the final 9 minutes of the half. Mundenar has been very active on that right side. He's taken to getting behind the cage as well to try to find some opportunities. And another free position opportunity from a tough angle here. Glicksman's got the stick up, lofted in the middle, and out of harm's way. Working down the left side, Kylie Garcia. Pioneers certainly have a lot of speed. They've been able to show it up the middle. Some of their goals have come through free position opportunities. Other ones have come through charges, just a quick split and then running straight in. 8 minutes to go in the half, a 2-goal lead for PDS. Tough defense, forming a wall there. Nice step up by Devin. Schofield back is hounding the possession of Kylie Sullivan. And in the end, it's the keeper who comes through. Margaret Madani came into this game with 75 saves for PDS, around 100 goals against in the season. Getting up just 5 today, a couple of saves today as well. That pass awry a little bit. Looking to take advantage now of the Pioneers, and stonewalled by Madani. Nice job. Emily Schwarn, the senior, had an opportunity, and that door closed quickly on her, that's for sure. As it goes out of bounds, last touched by the Panthers. Final 7 minutes and counting of the first. A game that the Pioneers have not led in. Madigan, who has a goal, the quick freshman, gets by 2 defenders. And on the restart, Madigan. Taylor Graff, who got the first goal of the game for Somerville. Now probing the defense, Kylie Sullivan. And the official, you saw, he had his hand up. Very tight defense from Zoe Cook. So she's going to have to back out there. Sometimes you can get a little bit too aggressive on the defense. Somerville has created most of their chances from these opportunities. Kylie Sullivan met by a wave of white shirts. Nice job coming over by Ella McIntyre to help out with Vanessa Devon. A lot of these names mentioning not seniors, so very fortunate for Coach Thomas to have them back. But certainly a lot of scoring in the senior department, these Panthers, and some of that has been on display today. Zoe Cook with 2 goals, Schofield with 3. And just a simple shot past the keeper there, and another goal for Kylie Sullivan, the senior. As we marked it, that is her second at least. We've seen a number of free opportunities generate into points, and we see so there. Very tough to defend for Madani one-on-one. She did have a spectacular one-on-one save earlier, but now it's just a 1-goal game again, a game that Pioneers have not led. It has been tied 1-1 at the 2021 mark of this half. So PDS at this point trying to stave off any momentum. They had put together 4 straight goals at one point, did the Panthers. Now it's Madigan, diminutive, speedy freshman. It's used the quickness very well, being defended by Schofield, who's had to have more of a defensive activity lately. And a nice misdirect there. Pass goes awry. Final 5 minutes of the half. had been a tag team duo. Schofield and Cook had 4 goals each when they beat Stuart Day. They had 5 goals past Pennington in the win there, 18-8. Those two have been tough to stop for sure, putting up a lot of points, but a very good supporting cast around them as well. Maddie Birch does have a goal today. Very strong offensive player. Elianha has just about the same amount of goals as assists this season, but a very good passer of lacrosse ball. 4:14 to go in the first half. And that pass, a little bit over the head of the intended target. It's from Maggie Zarich, class of 2022 for Coach Thomas. Madani has improved in net. Radvani, we mentioned her name before. Very good. Stingy on defense, as has been Devin. Glicksman, speaking of stingy, coming up with that one. And then you look at Schofield with the speed in the midfield. Very good skills in the draw circle. It's a team to watch out for come postseason time, that's for sure, in PDS. But the Pioneers, again, we mentioned a very good conference record with just the 1 loss in the Skyland. 3:19 to go. They're hanging around. They were down 5-1 at one point. Now in front of the cage. Pass goes a little bit awry. Nice congestion put forth by the white shirts of PDS. Madani getting back set in net after that one had bounded behind the cage. 3 minutes to go now in the first half. Senior Day festivities at Baker Field. 62 degrees. Wind has died down slightly. Madani almost touched that one. Couldn't get to it, though. Now it's Garcia. Garcia has a step, and she's able to put it in the back of the net. Very deft touch by Kylie Garcia, the senior. And the quick split, able to dodge around the defender and putting it in the back of the net. So 2:43 to go, and we are tied up for the first time since 2021. About 4 minutes into this game in the first half. And that looks to be a hat trick for Kylie Garcia, which would give her 23 goals on the season. Came into this game as the 3rd leading point scorer for the Pioneers. And Birch, nice shot through the legs of the keeper. Maddie Birch all alone and puts it in the back of the net, something that she has done a lot throughout her career. And the senior puts her team back on top. 2:31 to play. The start of this game fairly even. Some chippiness led to a goal for Taylor Graff for Somerville to tie things up at 20-21, and then it was PDS who scored 4 straight goals to go up 5-1 with 16:27 left in the half. And a good timeout employed by the Pioneers as they were able to put a couple of goals together. They scored 3 in a row to get within 1, and back and forth we've gone ever since. Both teams have done a good job of taking advantage of their free opportunities so far today. 2:17 left in the half, a 1-goal advantage for PDS. Elianha getting set. She does have an assist. A couple assists today, actually. And the low roller. Nice job by Glicksman of making herself small and cutting off the angle on the cage to get the save there. Final 2 minutes of the half. Most of the control again looked like it was PDS's way very early, and then we've evened up a little bit. And Zoe Cook is trotting to the sideline. Looked like one of the players got hit in the helmet there with the stick. So she's going to have to come over with the card. 1:41 left in the half. Can the Pioneers take advantage here? Madigan flips over, spin around. It's Pedrani. The top goal scorer for Somerville has been held scoreless today. But we'll get an opportunity there as a tough collision from the Panthers. Lila Allen, who was in there. And Pedrani all alone here. Sprints forward and deposits it. Now we're tied up at 8. 1:20 to go in the half. So after the hit to the helmet, the card sending the player off for the moment. Pedrani took advantage. The extra resources available to Somerville. Still looking for their first lead in this game. They trailed by 4 goals at one point. 1:20 to go. We are on senior day here. A nice day at Baker Field. Rained a little bit throughout the area yesterday, but no rain in the forecast today. And we've got a whistle here as Schofield was coming back to defend. May have slipped, but they got a little bit of a chop there. A pass to Pedrani now. Finding some space and bouncing it a little bit wide. She got past the first defender, and then good help late at the end by Val Radvani coming over to step in front to not allow her an easy lane to the net. It looked like Allen wanted to keep running, but the official on the far side had blown the whistle and stopped play. And now we're back underway. Schofield. Birch. Birch had a brilliant one-on-one goal through the legs of the keeper earlier. That pass a little bit too hot to handle for Allen, but it is collected. Back out to Birch, who brings it out and surveys the scene. 43 seconds left in the half. Tied game, a game that PDS has not trailed. They've led by as many as 4 here in the first half. Onhut now with a spin. Now between 2 defenders. Nice individual effort. 27 seconds left in the half. Still holding very wisely for PDS, trying to control the tide of this game. Clock stops for a moment with 19.3 with the infraction. And having to back off there is Kylie Sullivan, the senior. Nice quick pass. Schofield fires a rocket, and that one is handled expertly by Alana Glicksman. 12.5 seconds to go in the half here. And back underway for what should be the closing seconds of this half. Somerville has to pump it long if they want it. Now 4 seconds left. Glicksman will send it long to about midfield. And we're not going to get a shot. That's going to do it. 8-8. We're all tied up. Looked like it was going all PDS's way. A quick timeout about a quarter of the way through the first half, and it's 8-8 after one half of play here at Baker Field. Take a quick step aside for a moment. We'll bring you the second half of a tie lacrosse game, the first of our doubleheader on Play by Play Sports Network. And as you can see on the screen, this is what we have coming up. We'll be showing this graphic again as the broadcasts continue today. But you've got 4 PDS lacrosse in store. Coming up on Monday, boys scheduled at Lawrenceville in prep tournament. And the girls against Pennington in the prep tournament, trying to make, as we mentioned, a stand come postseason time here. And Jan Baker is in attendance. She wanted to inform Coach Thomas of that. Very appreciative of the efforts that Thomas has made. Of course, Baker, for which the field is named after. We'll see if we can get a shot of her. If not, we wish her the best, as it is 8-8, and she has certainly been enjoying a pretty intense lacrosse contest so far. Again, we'll be back in just a few moments. The scoreboard says about 5:07 until we start the second half. We are back underway, the second half between PDS and Somerville. Pioneers going left to right, and that shot high and wide. Madigan slips her way in and shoots right into a wall. It's blocked there by Ali Sures, the defender. Shot a little bit high. Looks like in net now it is Haley Wexler, class of 2021. 21 saves, 24 goals against this season. Wearing number 54 today. A couple of changes made by Coach Thomas here in what was an 8-8 game. Now Allen, Lila Allen, nice split, gets past the defender, shot and scores, snipes it, nice job by Lila Allen. Good offensive move and a shot from a little while out, and that is her first goal of the game. On the replay, all alone, got that quick first step on the defender and able to put it in the back of the net. 23-22 mark. Not even 2 minutes in, very similar to how we started as PDS in the first half scored first. Zoe Cook, the first of her 2 goals today. And then 4 straight. The largest lead of the game has been 4 goals. The Panthers had that one. Somerville has yet to lead in this one. As we wrap things up for senior days, you mentioned the prep tournaments coming up this coming week for the boys and girls programs of the Princeton Day School. Schofield, who has a hat trick today. Birch, and that one's popped high up in the air. Good save by Glicksman. Birch hustling after it, scoops it up off the ground, protects. Nice job of shielding, and finds Onhut. Onhut, pass in front of the net, and that rattles in. That is a good goal. Somehow Maggie Zarich able to find the back of the net. Well, she did get herself in good position. As we'll see here, almost a little bit of a deflection, and Glicksman was not happy with how that one went in. So that is her 8th goal of the season. 22:41 mark of the second. First half, for about the first 5 minutes, the Panthers controlled for a while and forced a timeout by Somerville, and then they started to get their possessions. And you got to credit the draw controls so far by PDS of why they had controls over the periods that they did. Schofield with 3 goals today. Zoe Cook with 2. Young has also scored. Birch with a goal as well. It's been Allen and Zarich, the goal scorers in the second half. That shot skips wide of the cage. Maggie Madani, class of 2020, started the game at that keeper position, has been constantly improving. Came into this one with 75 saves, picked up another 5 or so, I think, today. Top of the arc. Ali Sures trying to control. 2-goal advantage for PDS. Maggie Birch surveying the defense. Around 62 degrees here in Princeton. fairly windy, 10 to 15 mile per hour winds. Coming up on Play by Play Sports Network, we've got Notre Dame and PDS on the boys' side. Anhut again trying to find some space. Nice defense sliding with her for the Pioneers. Finds Schofield. Back across the way. Scooped up off the ground. Very patient attack here. The quick shot is snared up by Glicksman. That was Zarish trying to find her second goal of the game. However, something spotted on the back end by the officials. So Lila Allen, who scored a couple moments ago, about 2 minutes and 20 seconds ago. Another opportunity to start things up. Trying to defend and win that ball back, and a little bit of physicality. I believe that is Jordan Graff, who sends it back, and Somerville can be on their way now. Kylie Garcia, the senior, picked up a couple of goals late in the half, picked up 2 goals in the final quarter of the first half for Somerville. It was tied up at 8 after 1. A Pioneer team that is trailed by as many as 4. Unofficial record coming into this one, 7-6, but 5-1 in the league. Now to the left of the keeper. Trying to get by the defender on the split. She does just that. Works her way in, and a little bit of a stick check as she got past the defender. Well, give the Pioneers an opportunity. Elise Madigan, freshman, has been a thorn in the side of PDS today with her speed and quickness. A shot on Wexler here, and she scores. Her second goal today. 10 goals on the season. And as we've seen a couple of times today, just getting a step on that Panther defender has been all she's needed to get a clear shot on the net. So the first 2 goals went to PDS in this half, and that streak has been stopped. Leading goal scorer for Somerville, as we have on the NJ.com stats, Bedrani. She was able to score in a man-up opportunity. That was the final goal of the first half to tie it up at 8-8, but that's the only damage she's done on the scoreboard so far for the Pioneers. Ellie Anhut breaking her way in. Meets a double. After drawing a double, flips it off. And a nice bouncing shot past the keeper. That's Maggie Zarish, her second goal. Both have come in this second half. Coach Thomas giving some other players a chance to step in here. And 11-9. Panthers have continued to claim the lead. It's been tied twice, but Somerville has not had the lead yet. Spin and a nice pickpocket on the play. One of the better defensive efforts we've seen today. Ella McIntyre, 2021 D-Midi, has been in the mix. Did a good job ranging across the crease. And the wind continues to just howl through Baker Field here. Not affecting the players, so to speak, as it is Zoe Cook who fires a shot past the top corner. Nice job, upper 90. Had her back to the net. Quick turn over her left shoulder and just put it home. Now she's got a triple on the goal sheet today. Didn't really have a lot of space to work with. You saw she was bracketed by 2 defenders, but somehow got it in that tiny window she had to work with in the net. The goals just keep on coming here. 12-9 now. The PDS team that came into today with 128 goals to their credit against the Somerville team that has scored 160 goals, albeit in a couple more games than the Panthers. Now on the ground, who's going to get it? And a violation here. 17-19 to go in the second. Maddie Birch, quick split, dodging in, and fires it past the keeper. A little off-speed pitch there after charging her way down the field past 2 defenders. Starts the opportunity there. Nice job getting past the first and then dodges past the second. And that's her second goal of the game. Maddie Birch now with 23 goals on the season. She has more than 35 points on her senior campaign. 13-9. Ellie Schofield has been so key in draw controls, especially earlier in the year, to what has been an improving PDS team as the season has gone along. Madigan gets past her defender, and she's taken down. Saw the flag come up there. Had a card situation earlier in the game, which Somerville scored on. This one is not such, but it is a free position opportunity. Wexler in net here in this second half. Madigan, and it's sticked aside. Good job by Haley Wexler to come away with it. And the Panthers will pounce down the other way. Can they take advantage of this attack? The pass finds home to Zoe Cook. Cook lays it off. Now Birch, and shot just a little high, but very good opportunity on the fast break. We saw that actually lead to a goal earlier in the game. That nice teamwork between Schofield, Birch, and Cook. Zoe Cook trying to scoop it up. Teammate able to put it in. A nice bounce shot. And that's 3 goals now for Maggie Zarich. 16:22 to go. At this point in the first half, around 16:22 left, it was 4-1 PDS. Now we've got 14-9 on the score sheet as we go back to the draw control circle. PDS outscoring Somerville 6-1. It was 8-8 at halftime. Winding her way in, Kylie Sullivan. Again, it's McIntyre providing great defense for PDS. And the quick shot, almost point blank, and somehow Wexler was home. Nice job by Wexler. Outlets and gets the clearance here. And Schofield, unmet, will run down the field. Bounces that one. It was tough to handle. Couldn't get it on first catch attempt and got by Zoe Cook. In that overtime win over Petty, Cook was big, headed to William Smith, had 5 goals in that game. Has scored as many as 7. It's been a team effort today. 3 players have at least 3 goals for Coach Thomas and the Panthers. And now running down the field, the junior, Isabel Hughes, passing the circle. Nice theft there. Val Radvaney coming up with a steal. See those seniors coming in handy for Coach Thomas this season. Radvaney is one of them. Very good job of giving her teammates assistance as well. That was Vanessa Devon She's had a couple of blocks with her stick. Didn't have position there and reached a little bit. So that'll allow Isabel Hughes, the junior for Somerville, an opportunity. These teams both right around 500 on the season. Quick pass, and the Pioneers take advantage there. Megan Pedrani, we were wondering when she was going to get on the board again, and now she's got 2. She scored the final goal of the first half. She put herself in position just off the frame of the net, and now Somerville within 4. That 5-goal advantage that had moments ago by PDS, their largest lead of the game. Somerville has not led in this one. Stakes of this one are to wrap up the season and head into the prep tournament at least on a high note. Coach Thomas trying to get some of our other players' experience as well here in this one, it looks like, on a senior day. Through the legs, nice effort to come up in control of it for Birch. And it's Birch. Ooh, the shot just misses the top of the net. Good idea, though. Shot percentage was pretty good for a little while for this PDS squad. 14:01 and counting to go in the second half on senior day. And the long outlet. So the Pioneers will try to get an opportunity on net. They have not scored for a little while. Their only goal was Madigan at the 18:58 mark until that goal by Pedrani a few moments ago. Here's Pedrani again and deposits and then back of the net. We mentioned earlier that she had not scored. She had 67 goals coming in, and now she's got 3. Just had the last 2 for the Pioneers, and Somerville within 3, 13:32 to go. Had a couple of runs in this game. There was a run in the first half of 4 goals in a row by PDS and then 3 straight. After a timeout by Somerville, the Pioneers netted 3 in a row. But PDS has led the entire way so far, with the exception of 2 ties. Ellie Schofield was very active early, a couple of assists, and had 2 goals in the first portion of the first half, has 3 for the game. Nice job by Birch of beating the defender to that ball. Drawing a double here. Ooh, almost caught her napping there. Good attempt to try to wrest the ball away from her control by Madigan. A little bit too active. Some groans from the crowd in attendance. Pretty nice crowd on senior day for the girls' game today. And now it is Jordan Young. Young, who has a goal today. And she'll watch her teammate Cook try to drive in, and we've got another stoppage with 12:31 to play. It was 8-8 after the first half. PDS came out of the gates out shooting Somerville by a fairly wide margin, and then Pioneers got a couple of free opportunities on net, took advantage of that, then really carried the momentum away. But the experience and the teamwork put on by a couple of these girls on PDS has been outstanding, particularly as we've seen most of the season by Zoe Cook, the goal-scoring leader on PDS, but also Schofield and Maddie Birch, and the defense has stepped up well when needed. A couple of names that stand out, Rad Vaney and also Ella McIntyre. And a goal. Ali Suresh. 11:48 left in the second. Back to a 4-goal advantage for PDS. And And Elian has had some draw control opportunities. I was mentioning Ellie Schofield a lot for the draw controls. We're going to have to mention Ellie as well. Have ourselves another goal. Just mentioning Ellie, and she was able to put one home. That is her first tally of the game on the score sheet, which leads to another timeout. 11:31 to play. 16-11 our score. Take a look at that 5-5 record. That's what PDS has been staring at. We mentioned Hill and Blair, and it was interesting. A team that was stepping up in classification and competition. The growing pains were there, but then you start to see a couple of wins. The improvement was definitely there. That big win. You got Petty, Shipley, Stewart, Pennington, Hopewell Valley, and a couple of losses against some good programs. That Princeton game, they really gave Princeton a little bit of a scare there. Just lost by 3, and a pretty decent position here with the preps right around the corner for Coach Jill Thomas and her Panthers. As you can see, it's 16-11 with 11:31 left in the second half. Thanks for joining us today on the Play by Play Sports Network. We do have another game for you coming up. Recap some of the scoring in the second half. We'll just go name by name here. It was 8-8 at halftime. Then Alan Zarich, 2 goals for PDS. Then Madigan, Zarich, and Zoe Cook, the next 2 tallies. And then Megan Birch, her second of the game at the 17-10 mark. Zarich put her third of the game in. All 3 have come in the second half. And then Pedrani with 2 in a row for Somerville. And then the Panthers have scored the last 2, and they have matched their largest lead of today with a 5-goal advantage over Somerville. We've had 2 ties. Other than that, no lead changes, as Somerville has not had the lead in the game. Zoe Cook scored the first goal with 20:57 to go in the first. It was tied after that, and the Panthers went on a 4-goal tear to go up, and got to give Somerville a lot of credit. They called a timeout, stopped things, so we'll see what happens out of this stoppage of play. What adjustments might be made. Elian had back into the center circle after scoring a goal for her team. Her draws have been crucial to PDS getting that early lead. Looks like that was Vanessa Devon running over to the bench there. And now we're all set to get things underway. That to Somerville, as they'll say Schofield was a little bit too physical. So Madigan's going to race down the field. This is a player that Somerville's going to have for a couple of years. Very happy to have her as well. It's shot wide from Pedrani, who's starting to get back into the action here. She's got 3 goals today. "11 minutes and counting to go in the second half. Nice spin, getting inside position, but Wexler with the save off the leg. That was shot by Kylie Sullivan, who has a few goals today. Sullivan with 2 goals by our count in a 16-11, currently controlled by Princeton Day game. Pass a little bit too high and read very well. Ellie Schofield coming away with it. Now she's going to sprint past the chasing defender, Isabel Hughes. Still speeding down the field is Schofield. Now back into the act. Skylar Mundenar around the cage and just flipped in easily. Goalie was out of position, and Zoe Cook is going to take advantage of that the whole way. 10:13 left in regulation. Now the largest lead is 6. Zoe Cook with 4 goals today. averaging about 4 goals a game. Officially, she's got 45 on the season and at least 1 assist today as well, up above 50 points on the year. One of the couple of seniors on senior day for Coach Thomas. Madigan now winding her way in, draws a double. Will not be denied, continues to kind of float toward the goal, and we've got a push from behind. It's been a couple of minutes since we've seen a free opportunity lead to a goal here. Ellie Wexler's been pretty good in relief here. Just 3 goals allowed in this second half. See if she stands up to the challenge. And that she does. The shot right into the catcher's mitt, if you will. Nice job by Wexler of standing tall. Done a good job since coming in. Was 0-1 on the season prior to this one. Coming in the second half was Wexler. There was a change made at the start of the second half. Schofield's pass intercepted. That was not going to hit its intended target. Stolen by Caitlin Schwarn, the junior. Taken down hard there, and that will draw a quick whistle from the officials. Goggles coming back on. So we're ready to resume play. 8.5 to play in the second half. 6-goal lead for Princeton Day. Game that they controlled for a while. It has been tied twice, including at halftime. But this is their largest lead, and the Panthers trying to build off of that one. They're going to have to defend here. Wexler tried to get a stick out to intercept the pass. Could not. Nice tough defense there, forcing the Pioneers to go out. Val Radvaney, the Michigan State commit, but not for lacrosse, was playing some tough defense, but she's going to have to step out there. Officials didn't like the positioning. Wexler's got that stick up again. And the hard charge. And the shot. Nice job walling off again. Wexler's been very impressive here in this second half. That was a tough pass for anyone to handle there. Lila Allen couldn't come up with it. It drifted out of bounds. 7.5 left in the second half. 6-goal lead for PDS. And that is Jordan Graff. Allen now has a teammate if she wants her. She does, and just missed the shot to the left side of the net. Skylar Mundenar, good job of getting herself in position. Unmarked there, and a nice vision by Allen to find her. Lila Allen did score the first goal of this second half at the 23-22 mark. Her only goal of the game. Allen with 10 goals this season. All of her points have come via the goal. Class of 2022. Attack-minded player. Trying to walk the tightrope there near the sideline. Elianet's going to have to come off there as she gets the yellow card. It's the second card awarded today by the officials to a PDS player. And the Pioneers were able to score on their first opportunity, which came at the end of the first half. And that tied things up at 8. But the Pioneers have time dwindling down. They got to do a lot of work here. 6:23 to go in the half. Trailing by 6. Through the wickets, Kylie Garcia. Garcia split. And the shot. And once again, it's Wexler. At least 4 stops for the keeper here, who is coming on in the second half. Wearing 54 today, the class of 2021. Floats it off to the left side. Emily Allen, class of 2022 D-men. Pass over the long stick of Maddie Birch, trying to reach up to get it. Somerville will collect. Now it's Emily Allen giving chase, trying to cut off the corner. Cannot. The speed of Somerville again, a little bit too much. It's Madigan who's got a couple of goals. One of the faster players actually out there on the field, but that pass was intercepted. And we're going to keep going the other way, I would assume. A little bit of height, I would say. A little bit of height advantage for Radvaney there. Got the stick up. Good anticipation. And Schofield now will just control and shield it away from her defender before flipping off to Zoe Cook. Cook with 4 goals today. 4:54 to play. Two teams right around 500 here. PDS looking to get up above 500 and snap a string of a couple of losses. Allen has it knocked around and fires it in and puts it home. Lila Allen, her second goal today. 4:36 to play in the game, and that is the largest lead the Panthers have held on to so far. 7-goal advantage for PDS. And now Somerville trying to find some space. Kylie Sullivan not going to be denied. Takes it all the way in toward the circle. And she hit the turf. We had a stoppage. Wexler has only allowed 3 goals in the second half. And it's not like she hasn't faced any shots. She's had a couple of saves, especially on opportunities like this. She's actually stopped a couple herself. Kylie Sullivan, a few goals in the first half. Driving hard to the nets. Shot is low, and another bump there. Sullivan scored a little past the midway point in the first half. That was her first goal, and then added another one with 9:31 to go in the first. Looking for her 3rd goal of the game. And she'll find it there. 18-12 now, Panthers. Again, this was a PDS team that had lost 560-some career points by a trio of outstanding seniors. A couple of people following the cross thought this was a team that was going to take a couple of years. Had to step up in classifications in the first 2 games. Lost 14-8 to Hill, 15-12 to Blair. However, the loss certainly was tough to take. But again, you look at that score, 15-12. They were right in it. Another game against Princeton, a game that PDS was right in a few games ago. It's a team that had a stretch with a number of wins this season, and looks like they're on their way to snapping a very short 2-game losing streak as they head into postseason play here. Zoe Cook has certainly been a nice addition to the offense this season with over 40 goals, over 50 points that she has achieved today, and she's got it again, and there you go. Zoe Cook with yet another tally to the stat sheet for this season for one of the seniors on senior day. 19-12 Panthers, 3:12 to go. Zoe Cook with 5 goals. And maybe looking for more here with 3 minutes and counting to go. Pass goes a little bit awry. Behind the net, that was Rachel Richter. So PDS to move up above 500 in the record department. Some prep tournament action coming up. And a nice low shot as time is winding down here. Add a couple of goals at the end. That was the 4th for Pedrani. Who has now 70 plus goals on the season. On the ground, Schofield was after it. Whistle blown. And Zoe Cook's got some space. Nice layoff and hammered into the back of the net. Lila Allen. Allen with 3 goals today. Give her 12 for the season. 20-13. This game was 1-1 about 5 minutes in. 4 straight goals by PDS in the first half made it 5-1. Then Somerville called a timeout. After that adjustment, we went back and forth. It was 8-8 at halftime. And Somerville's been held to just 5 goals in the second half. It's Pedrani again trying to find space. Nice split, the low shot. Does not get past Wexler. She got in position there. She may have got a piece of that one as it rolled back behind the cage. Final minute 45 of this one. Thankfully the wind has died down a little bit. You're gusting up between 10 and 15 miles per hour throughout a lot of the early portion of this game. Schofield. GLE now bringing it up outside. And she's going to race down the field again. Clears out of the zone. Starting to get to desperation time now as you see a lot of those black shirts a little bit maybe out of position, ball chasing. Now they're getting in their defensive sets. Split dodge, low shot. Nice handle by Glickman. Made it so she had no opening there in that 5-hole area. Now she's being hounded by Schofield, trying to control. Have to be careful, of course, and that's exactly why they just stopped play for a moment. It looks like PDS is going to coast to at least what is now a 7-goal advantage. Now down the left side of the field. Pass gets away from its intended target. It's scooped up at midfield by the Panthers, and here comes Schofield again, trotting right to left. And that ball got past Rachel Richter. It's on the ground. She's still fighting after it. Is Richter, but Somerville comes up with it. 26 seconds left in the second half. At the close regulation, we'll see if PDS can keep the Pioneers off the score sheet. Driving in. Nice defense again. Can they stay with it? Wexler after it. And they do. Good job of keeping Somerville out of the net. Laurel Peters got in there, and she was to credit for some of that as well, along with Rex Wexler, and that is going to do it. They're going to let time wind down, and 20-13 is your final score. PDS slips above 500 here. It's on the horizon, at least, is the prep tournament, and playing very well. were the Panthers today, that's for sure. Zoe Cook had 5 goals. Megan Pedrani had 4 goals to lead all scorers on the Somerville side. She got 3 of those 4 in the second half. Schofield also had a hat trick. We'll just go through some of the rest of the scorers here. Jordan Young scored in the first half. And also Maddie Birch added a couple for the Panthers. She got herself a hat trick in the second half. Lila Allen, also Zarich, scored as well. Ellie Anhut and Ali Surace as well. And I don't think I forgot anybody. Those are the scores today for your PDS Panthers, as it is 20-13 the final score today. We're going to step aside and we'll be back for the boys contest as senior day continues this doubleheader on Play by Play Sports Network.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to today's game between our Princeton Day School Panthers and the Notre Dame High School Irish. Today's a special afternoon because we will honor our PDS seniors as well as the Notre Dame seniors. Our PDS seniors and their families have meant so much to our Princeton Day School boys lacrosse team and athletic program. Being an athlete at PDS is not easy. The academic load is heavy and the demands on our teams are no less strenuous. Many sacrifices are made by our athletes, and in particular our seniors, to be on our teams, and we want to let them know how much we appreciate them. On behalf of Princeton Day School and our athletic department, we want to ask you to help us congratulate all of our boys on a fine season, and in particular these seniors for their sacrifices and leadership that they have shown throughout the years. Before I introduce our seniors, I would like to recognize the seniors from Notre Dame High School and wish them well as they pursue the rest of their season and wish them good luck next year. Their seniors are Patrick Larkin, Joey Lippincott, Eric Hennig, Ryan Wood, Matt Vasali, Hunter Tilton, Tristan Tritt, Liam Smith, Corey Walsh, Joey Madigan, Steve Berry, Danny Brady, and Dean Slakowski. Congratulations, Notre Dame seniors. Now I'd like to introduce our seniors and read a short statement about each of them that was provided by our coaching staff, Joe Moore, Nate Small, and Josh Burchett. Our first senior could not be here today, but we want to honor Declan Rourke for his contributions to our team. Declan's parents are Maureen and Paul. We were happy to welcome Declan to the program for his senior year. He's brought a spark of energy to the program that his teammates and coaches were able to feed off of during games and practices. Declan's level of intensity on the field makes everyone around him better as a lacrosse player, and we wish Declan the best of luck at Fordham next year. And now we would like to recognize Charlotte Meyercord, our senior manager. Thanks for Charlotte for being a team manager for the last 3 seasons. Her attention to detail when it comes to keeping player stats is greatly appreciated, and we'll miss having her as part of the program moving forward. Congratulations, and we wish her the best of luck at Bucknell next year. And now, our senior players in alphabetical order. First, Kobe Auslander. His parents are Molly and Dan. A senior captain, Kobe has been the definition of a team player. He has a habit of always putting the team's needs before his own and does whatever it takes to help the team find success. It's impossible not to feed off of his energy on the field. He has scored huge goals for us while also making key plays on the defensive side on the ball. He's a great lacrosse player and an even better person off the field. Thank you for everything you've done for PDS lacrosse. Kobe, we wish you the best as you continue your career at Christopher Newport next year. Our next senior is Sam Bernardi. His parents are Melissa and Rich. Another senior captain, Sam Bernardi has poured his blood, sweat, and tears into the PDS lacrosse program. He is a true do-whatever-it-takes guy who's played a significant role as a 2-year starter for one of the top defensive units in the county. Sam has been a great leader this season and consistently led by example on and off the field. We wish you the best of luck next year, Sam, as you attend Michigan University. Our next senior is Ben Blitz. His parents are Cindy and Itzik. Having been joined the lacrosse program this year as a senior has been a huge positive for everyone. He is a glue guy that finds ways to help our program maintain a family feel and does whatever it takes on the field and off to keep as a team. Ben has displayed his unselfishness when he chose to switch positions mid-season to help strengthen our team's on-field performance. Thanks for all you've done, and congratulations, Ben. Our next senior is Connor Green. His parents are Sharon Hartley and Will Green. A senior captain, Connor Green has been our last line of defense for the last 4 years and has become one of the top goalies in the state. Countless times, Connor has made momentum-shifting saves that lead to tallies in the win category. He's a vocal leader with a high lacrosse IQ as he finds creative ways to raise his own level of play and ultimately the team's level of play as a whole. Thank you for your hard work and dedication, Connor. We wish you luck as you continue your lacrosse career at Stevens next year. Our next senior is Matt Keeney. His parents are Leslie and Chris. Matt is one of the most passionate athletes you'll ever meet. He lives it all on the field day in and day out. Whether it's a championship game or just another practice, he brings the same intensity and drive to succeed. Going into this season, Matt adjusted his position to defensive mini to help fill a gap that the team needed, and he's worked consistently to master his new position and ultimately became a key piece of our defensive unit. We wish Matt the best luck at Princeton next year. Thank you, Matt. Our final senior is Jimmy O'Connor. His parents are Kathleen and Dan. A senior captain, Jimmy O'Connor has been a strong leader for our lacrosse team for the last 2 seasons. He's scored big, momentum-swinging goals while contributing to the defensive side of the ball. Jimmy's a true leader who puts the team first on and off the field and does whatever it takes to help the team and the program find success. We wish Jimmy the best of luck as he continues his lacrosse career next year at Trinity. Thank you, Jimmy. And please join me in one last round of applause for all these seniors. Let's go, Panthers!
Here comes Ty's battle. Boom! Right up the middle, and he is gonna go! Then spin up there!
up real quick? Yeah. Actually, don't worry about it. We can just go scoreboard. Oh, you did? Okay, cool. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. We're set to get underway here between PDS and Notre Dame, an undefeated Notre Dame Irish squad on senior day for the Panthers, and we'll get into some more information as this game goes along. We are in face-off circle, and it's controlled by PDS. Kobe Oslander will get things started. A little bit of razzing going on. I was down on the field earlier. It was pretty interesting to hear these teams go back and forth. They knew everything about Kobe Oslander. They were calling him a super senior, and he said, you know everything about me. Who are you? It was a lot of fun back and forth, a very good atmosphere to this game. A team that is undefeated against a PDS team on senior day. Only a couple losses to their name this season, too, against some very good programs. And the Panthers controlling here in the first. Thanks for joining us today on Play by Play Sports Network. Around 62 degrees in Princeton. The wind has died down since the girls' game, as the Panthers controlling behind the cage. McConaughey. Now Jake Bennett. Back to Oslander. Splits. Now makes a move around the defender. Has a shot and scores. There he is. Just not even a couple minutes in. 10:59 mark, and Oslander's on the board. The Christopher Newport commits. Now back into the face-off circle. Expected to be an all-arounder heading into this season for Oslander. It's the team that coming off its third straight Mercer County tournament title, went 10-5 last year. Oslander was coming out of hockey season, was in shape to start the year, has been in shape throughout the season as well. Want to use him all over the place, but he's very strong in attack. Has a quick shot there, and it's stick to side. Nice job up the middle there. I believe that was Gibson Linehan with the shot. McConaughey is controlling again, trying to hand Notre Dame its first loss in a very tough stretch of the season for the Irish after beating Allentown. This was the other one that was on the schedule that was going to give them a little bit of a test. Jimmy O'Connor, one of the many seniors honored today. Notre Dame had 14 seniors listed on the Max Preps roster. Obviously not all of them dressed for the varsity roster today. At least 6 or 7 for PDS today. The Panthers, as you may have seen, did honor the Notre Dame seniors before the game, announced all their names, which is a very nice gesture here. Oslander, who has the only goal in the game. 1-0. Now behind the cage. McConaughey looking for a shot. Nice spin move. It sticked up in the air and didn't know where it was, and they were able to come away with it here. So Notre Dame's going to get their first opportunity here. Joey Lippincott, one of the seniors for Notre Dame. He's number 8 on the near side. Now work to the far side of the field. Patrick Larkin, the senior, probing the defense. Splits now, comes out of it. Goal line extended, now behind the cage. Worked around Eric Hennig. Hennig trying to find some room. Spins back, deposits it a little bit to the right of the goal, and it will roll out of play. Our stats are a game behind for this 10-0 Notre Dame squad. But Hennig is one of the sharpshooters. 25 goals coming into this game. The leading scorer for the Irish. This is a team that goes at least 6 or 7 scoring threats deep, so PDS is going to have to be aware for sure as Oslander skating his way by a couple of defenders and taking it into the attack zone. Cal Caputo. Now it's O'Connor. Goal line extended left side. 1-0 courtesy of Oslander's goal. 8:48 to go in the first. PDS in the lead here. Albert was playing catch there with Oslander. He's going to walk up. Now on the left side, it's O'Connor. O'Connor has it knocked away. Good strip there by Larkin. And the Irish are fleet of foot left to right. And that one goes awry. Shot off the stick of Ryan Wood, another one of the seniors. Irish in the navy blue with the white numerals. PDS in the white uniforms with the purple numbers. Is that shot knocked away by Connor Green. Joey Lippincott, the shooting party there. Connor Green headed to Stevens. Looking at some of the colleges, Larkin set to attend Quinnipiac and Eric Hennig to Rutgers for Notre Dame. Nice shot and into the catching mitt of Green. Luke Okupski, the junior. Green has faced some of the toughest competition in the state for a few years now. Last year was on the all-area team. Allowed 99 goals, 170 saves. And this season has continued to build upon those memories. Just 2 losses again to some quality programs. Standing season. Trying to get something going or PDS. The crowd getting into it here as well. Jake Bennett now. Nice split. Dodges away. Spins away from a defender. Now sends it out. Open shot opportunity. And it might have gone off the cage there. Big carom. Either the stick or the cage. And now the Irish looking to take advantage on the fast break down the field as they clear out of the zone. And now setting up the attack here. Kupski now. Sends it to the point to get things started here. Alec Jones, the sophomore, on the right side. Now back to Eric Hennig again. Top goal scorer. Committed to Rutgers, very versatile. And 29 goals and 22 assists last season. Again, as we mentioned, 25 plus goals this season. Joey Lippincott sends it out to Jones. Jones around the horn now, left side. Still 1-0 for the moment. Low shot, and it's a goal. Just got past the wickets. Taking a look at the replay, a wind and a fire, and very well directed on that one. Nice celebration as well. Dean Zetskowski with the goal. 6:16 on the goal for Zetskowski. .616 to play in the first, and now we're even at 1. Oslander at the 10:59 mark. Zetskowski at the 6:16 mark. Entered this season with over 140 points, did Eric Hennig, again, as we continue to profile him, and he's continued to power through in his over 3-year career as a main component of this Notre Dame attack. PDS with it now. Nice backhander. What an athletic move, and it's Jake Bennett. He said, how about me? Why don't you talk about me? And the junior gets on the board. Got to see that again. What an effort. Whoo! Over the shoulder and back in front. Wind starting to pick up here in Baker Field. It had been gusting up between 10 and 15 miles per hour at times. Well, new coach Joe Moore, he said that Bennett could shoot the heck out of the ball, and we saw an opportunity to do just that there. Doesn't matter how you put it in. Nice stick handling maneuver there. He's got his team up 1. It was PDS who struck first. This game is still in its infancy, obviously, but PDS has yet to trail. Trying to keep it that way and hopefully for them give Notre Dame its only loss of the season. Nice maneuvering. Trevor Mackles. Now Caputo Sends it off, and we'll allow Jimmy O'Connor to assess the situation. 5:45 to go in the first, 2-1. PDS in front on the Play-by-Play Sports Network. O'Connor now heading to Trinity. A couple of these players continuing their lacrosse careers at the next level after this. McConaughey now splits, knocked away. Nice job, but McConaughey stays with it. Hunter Tilton, one of the seniors, stout in defense behind the cage for Notre Dame. McConaughey working up to GLE, now turns back the other way. Nice defense by Tilton, and will not allow him to get around for a shot. Oslander, the first goal scorer of the game. Splits, now tries to spin back, continues the momentum forward, and will not be able to get a shot off. The deft sticks of the Notre Dame players, and the Irish did a good job defensively. Now we have a stoppage for a moment. Now again, trying to find an angle, a shooting lane. That's Jimmy O'Connor. And a good job by the Irish. Hennig, the senior. He's being defended by Sam Bernardi. Hennig now floats, open man, bounce shot a little bit too high, and that was off the stick of Joey Lippincott. Good defense by PDS to force the errant shot. Wasn't able to get all of it. Still a 1-goal lead for the Panthers. Daniel Brady, the keeper for most of the season for the Irish, just 27 goals against in those 9 games that we had stats for. Another infraction will allow Notre Dame to control that what was a loose ball for the moment. 4 minutes to go in the first, still a 1-0 lead for PDS. Very patient game so far from both teams. Haven't seen a lot of running and gunning. Now on the split, Kupski, and able to deposit it in the back of the net. Nice individual effort. And we're tied up at 2. Take a look at that on the replay. It all started at the top. Kupski now with 13 goals and 18 points on the season. 3:36 left in the first half. So the teams have been trading goals so far. It's anybody's ball, and we'll see what the officials awarded in terms of positioning. And they'll give it to the Panthers, who will scoot the other way. Nice defensive play on the dive there. And that was Carson Scove, the sophomore midi, who made the interception after the deflection. Notre Dame a chance for their first lead of the afternoon with 3:03 to go in the first. Patrick Larkin. Now it's Zetkowski, who does have a goal to his credit today. Gets around the defender all alone and wide on the shot attempt. Coming into this season, Coach Joe Moore taking over. He's been involved with lacrosse most of his life, but he said it's going to come down to how we respond to adversity this season. It's a team that doesn't play 100 kids, a small number of kids, and needs everybody to do their part here. Faced adversity time and time again in this one season of his coaching career at PDS, and they've handled it well for the most part. See if Notre Dame can put one on here. It's a Notre Dame team that's a little bit deeper on the score sheet, that's for sure, especially with the seniors that are concerned, as a knuckleball shot finds its way off the stick of the keeper, Green, now up in the air. Another quick falling away shot opportunity and sails wide of the net. Joey Lippincott said, why not? Why not try it? And missed. But good job by Connor Green and the rest of the defense to stay at home. Jacoby was one of the players involved defensively, as well as Bernardi on that stand. But now PDS has to hanker down again and just got past the net off the shot of Patrick Larkin. 1:39 to go in the first half, and we're still knotted up. And for the effort, PDS gets awarded with the ball. Looks like we'll have our first stoppage of the game from a coaching standpoint with 1:35 left in the first half. He's scoring so far. Oslander at the 10:59 mark, then Zetkowski with 6:16 to go. Bennett, a nice shot over the shoulder, not even looking at the cage, with 6:05 left in the first, and then Akupski with 3:36 remaining in the period, and we are all knotted up at 2. And you could see that was actually the girls' schedule for Princeton Day School, and they won today. Big win over Somerville on their senior day. If you're joining us late, we also had coverage of that one on the Play-by-Play Sports Network. It was 8-8 at halftime, and then the girls ended up winning by a final total of 20-13. A couple of players had multi-goal games, including Zoe Cook. Also Schofield, Allen, and Maddie Birch, to name a few. Have a look there at some of the seniors on senior day. Very key program here. Guys like Connor Green, as Coach Moore said, he was unbelievable to have walking in as a coach. Most of the time they spent this season was on outlet passes. He's improved a lot and has become an anchor of this squad for sure. Take a look at what PDS has done with the titles, the MCT titles in 2016, 2017, and 2018. This season, there are only 2 losses at the hands of the defending Prep A champion Hun, 13-5 in the season opener, and then 15-12 to Lawrenceville. And Lawrenceville already a win over NJ.com, what was the 3rd-ranked team in the state, Ridgewood. And then you look at the wins for PDS, they've been just as impressive. Hill, Academy New Church, Shipley as well. This probably one of their tougher tests this season. Undefeated Notre Dame squad. I wouldn't say the, because Hun, of course, is a very talented lacrosse program and continuing to do great things this season. But so far, so good for a 2-loss PDS team against an undefeated Notre Dame squad. 2-2 the score, 1:29 left coming out of the timeout in the first period. Oslander hasn't touched it in a little while after scoring the first goal of the game. 10:59 to go. Cal Caputo sends it around underneath. Back to Caputo. Out of the point. O'Connor, left point. Driving in now, patiently working it around behind the net. Final minute of the first. Panthers content to hold for the final shot here. Trying to find an opportunity. Now 47 seconds. Oslander again going to Christopher Newport. Goal line extended. Back to the point in Oslander. It's 36 seconds to go in the half. 2-2 game. PDS hasn't trailed. We have been tied twice. McConaughey splits, tries to get around Tilton. This time does a little bit, but cannot get toward the goal. Now 17 seconds left in the half. O'Connor drifting right around Oslander. Now looks back, being harassed there on the play by Luke Akupski. Now driving toward the net, O'Connor. The pass, low shot, he cannot get it off. It's knocked away, and a good defensive stand by the Irish, and will end the first 2-2. Jake Bennett, who scored an outstanding goal earlier, was unable to get a shot off, and there were 3 navy blue shirts in the vicinity. Very well played first, 2-2 after 1. And there you see a look at what was our player spotlight heading into the game. These stats coming into today. Eric Hennig and Cal Caputo were the 2 players that we were spotlighting. 25 and 46 respectively. Now that 46 stat, a little bit old, now up to 48 is Cal Caputo. But Jake Bennett scored his 26th today. He is over 50 points on the season. Kobe Oslander about 3 points away from 50 with his goal today. 9-2 PDS team versus a 10-0 Notre Dame squad. Again, as we mentioned, those stats not completely up to date, but that gives you an idea of the scoring punch that those 2 players continue to provide. And we mentioned before, all the coaches on the Notre Dame staff seem to agree that Hennig is very versatile, and you can see last year pretty much the same as this year's goals and assist totals are pretty even. And in a sport like lacrosse or even hockey, you often see those guys that are big-time goal scorers or big-time assist getters, and this guy can do it all. Notre Dame team that has taken down some conference foes. They had some easy wins along the way, including 13-5 over Robbinsville, 14-3 over Princeton. And they may not be able to explode in terms of individual scoring, but they've got a very stingy defense, and they're pretty deep as well in terms of scoring prowess. We've got about 6 threats who can score the lacrosse ball. We mentioned Hennig, but also Joey Lippincott, Zetkowski, who has a goal today, Ryan Wood, and Larkin and Akupski as well. Their defense was allowing only about 3 goals per game for most of the season, and Daniel Brady had collected a couple of shutouts to his credit. Somewhere in the vicinity of 80 to 85 saves for Brady, and that has kind of been where Notre Dame, sure they've been scoring goals, but they can hang their hat on that, the stingy defense. We've seen that a lot. Not a lot of room to operate. Bennett had to score over his shoulder earlier from the right side. Hunter Tilton has done a good job behind the cage of not allowing any passes into the circle area or right in front of the goal in the slot. So, after trading goals, it's 2-2, and we're finally set to start the second. Oslander, Zetkowski, Bennett, Kupski, the goal scorers. Back into that center circle, and we are underway. The Irish come away with control. Great job amidst a sea of navy blue and still controlling it. Sam Bernardi, that was the PDS player who was able to come away with that. That leads to a whistle and a stoppage, a timeout for Notre Dame after that control. 11:36 to go in the second. 2-2 your score. Notre Dame's coach as well. He took over fairly recently on the 28th of September, they announced, of 2018 after an interview process. Ryan Bronani had been awarded the coaching job. Was formerly an assistant coach with the Irish from 2009 to 2011 and also from 2016 to 2018. Irish won their only Mercer County Tournament Championship in 2011 under his tenure as an assistant. And they called him a leader and motivator, the Fairleigh Dickinson University graduate. Meanwhile, on the other side, of course, you've got a lot of playing experience under Joe Moore. Top player for Syracuse. He played Major League Lacrosse with the Rochester Rattlers. And he returned to New Jersey, became a facility manager and director of lacrosse at Center Court Club in Lawrenceville. He said he wanted to be a coach, wanted to be coaching by the time he was 30. He's realized that goal his first time, and he's got quite a crop of players to work with, that's for sure. .11:33 to go in the second, 2-2. And out of the timeout, the Irish now attacking the goal to our left. Patrick Larkin, the senior. Now Ryan Wood. Larkin, left point. Zetkowski, one of the 2 Irish goals today. Again, if you're joining us late and you're a Panther fan, the girls did win their senior day contest 20-13 over Somerville. The boys trying to hand Notre Dame its first loss of the season. A 9-2 campaign for PDS. Larkin trying to dodge and cannot. Great defense and then a steal. It is Linehan coming up with it. And a rocket of a shot. Wild and high and wide. Oslander. Still looking for an outlet. And now he'll run up on his man. Gets around, gets some help from the keeper. And a nice job. Brady's able to get it out of trouble, but we had a collision behind the net, and we got a stoppage from the officials on that as well. Looks like Larkin is going to be trotting off. So we shall see how PDS will do with this situation, see if they take advantage of this opportunity. They have not trailed in the game. Oslander, nice split, low shot, and the 5-hole's covered up well. Nice job by Brady. 9:46 to play in the second. No goals scored in this stanza of play. Zetkowski flying down the field, unchecked, now meets one man, gets through another, and a wild shot right into the stick of a waiting Green. Bernardi now meandering his way through, that's knocked away. Kupski, one of the goal scorers today. Now it's Eric Hennig, yet to find the back of the net. We got a flag thrown as Larkin steps back onto the field. So PDS unable to come away with any points there. It remains 2-2. And Notre Dame going to take all the time they need to set something up here. Kupski drives, looks for a cutting player, and that shot is snared up by Green, but we got to go back to the laundry that was on the field, attend to that. Matt Keeney coming off the field. So now it's Notre Dame with that opportunity that we were talking about moments ago for PDS to try to take advantage. Extra resources for the Irish to work with. Looking for their first lead of the afternoon. 8:34 to go in the second half. Zetkowski at the point. Looks to flip left, finally does. Now gets it back. right side. Zetkowski flipping it around the horn. Low shot, bounced up, handled by Green. Ryan Wood's shot had some heat to it. Took a carom off the turf. Nice job by Green of getting the stick in the way. Another wrister was knocked aside. And that will draw a flag as a player tumbling down. Patrick Larkin hit the turf there. So Notre Dame now a chance on this penalty to set something up here. Nifty feet there. Coming inside is Hennig. Being harassed by 3 white shirts, and nice defense there. And the control was had by PDS, and so that will bring us to that aforementioned infraction. Declan Rourke jogging over to the side in front of the scorer's table. Rourke heading to Fordham. One of the seniors for the Panthers. Well, they staved off one opportunity. Can they do so again? Man-up situation for the Irish. Playing catch. Kupski at the point. Now back right side, Larkin. Larkin on the doorstep. GLE now behind the net. Hennig has it again. Lost control of it. And he regains. Now back toward the point. Trying to find an angle. Almost shooting it through, but good defense to cut off the shooting lanes, and Green turns it aside. That was Zetkowski, who does have a goal. And the long stick will shoot it well up to clear it out. Brady comes up to cut it off. He's going to jog forward. Being chased down, just goes down, hits the deck. They're playing on. And the stick's on the ground, and Brady wanted some kind of call. Goalie was still going after it. Took care of his stick, couldn't pick it up. So we have another stoppage with 6:34 to go in the second. Coaches have made judicious use of their timeouts here early and often. No scoring in the second. First quarter it was Oslander struck first, then Zetkowski, Bennett, Okupski. You mentioned Keeney's name a few moments ago. He's headed to Princeton at the next level. Kobe Oslander will play, committed to Christopher Newport, as did Jimmy O'Connor. He'll be attending Trinity. Bernardi, a 2-year starter, he's going to be going to Michigan. And again, most of these guys continuing their lacrosse careers at the next level of play. 6:34 left in the second half, 2-2 your score. Talk a little bit about the senior, Sam Bernardi. The defense doesn't necessarily get talked about a lot, but you certainly want to talk about them after they have really stood tall amidst 2 man-up opportunities for Notre Dame here early in this one. And Bernardi, a senior captain this year. Coach Moore called him the anchor of the defense. And Gibson Linehan as well. We mentioned his name a few times in the first stanza of play. And there's some versatility with some of these players. Could have used them at long stick midi or close D as well. Those are the 2 guys they were going to rely on. At least that was the plan heading into the year in terms of D. And then continuing to rely on Connor Green, as they have for the last 4 years as the last line of defense. Cal Caputo was one of our players to watch. He has not scored in terms of goals yet, but he certainly burst onto the scene for PDS in a big way. Began his career in 2017, a 4-goal game on opening day, and just continues to score, hasn't stopped scoring. He scored 32 goals last season on a squad where he was just another one of a ton of prolific scorers. And then this season, as we mentioned in the spotlight, he's got 48 and counting. for the Panthers. So out of the timeout, back underway. 2-2 your score. 6:30 to go in the second. PDS trying to stop the streak of victories for Notre Dame. The Irish are undefeated here, and the Irish trying, at least for the moment, to get their first lead of the game. Now racing after it, coming up with the scoop. Bernardi scooping it up off the ground. Long pass. Oslander trying to get there. Risky pass. We'll see if PDS can still come away with it. They do. Snapped up by Caputo. Spinning. Picked up by Linehan. High shot. And a goal for PDS. Back of the net. McConaughey was waiting on the doorstep. And the sophomore, as the Panthers back up by 1. Look at that spinning maneuver. Took a couple of steps and forgot to mark him. Came back a little bit late, did Notre Dame there on the quick action. And that might be the easiest of the goals that PDS has scored today. So halfway through the second comes our first goal of the period. And if the trend continues, we're due for a Notre Dame goal next. We've been trading back and forth. And draw 1 there on the faceoff. Corey Walsh has it knocked away. Nice job by Gibson Linehan. They call him Gibby. And PDS will walk it and set things up on the attack. Jimmy O'Connor. Now Kobe Oslander. 5:27 left in the second. PDS leading by 1. Trying to extend it to what would be their largest of the afternoon. Now goal line extended behind the cage. Jake Bennett. Bennett, a masterful goal over the shoulder earlier. Scored that at the 6:05 mark of the first. Was on the opposite side of the field, wasn't looking at the cage, flipped it over his right shoulder and hit upper 90. Now left point, O'Connor. Oslander top of the arc, exchanges with O'Connor. O'Connor the split. Gets some space, draws a double now, backing out. Back around left side. Oslander, split dodge. Now he's working his way in between some defenders. Oh, a stick on that one. Couldn't get all of that shot as Notre Dame was able to get a stick in there. 4:22 to play now in the half, and PDS still controlling. Jake Bennett. He tries to find some room. He does, rips one through, and well, Panthers certainly thought that went in, but the officials said no. Brady had knocked that one down. Don't have that goal line technology to look back at that, that's for sure. What? PDS coming up with a steal as Brady was out of his cage. Oslander flips it up and scores. Caught napping, and Kobe Oslander has his second for the day. And that was Brady there, you saw standing at that attack line. So a little bit of a mistake there for Notre Dame, and it pays off for the Panthers, but not out of the woods by any means. So we've still got 3:54 the second to go, and then a whole 2 more periods for what is an undefeated Notre Dame squad. Here come the Panthers roaring down the field again. Yet another face-off won by PDS. And the last off the stick of, I believe, a Panther, so the Irish will have it. Notre Dame came into this weekend with 123 goals, PDS with 156. But you take a look at the defense, and that, again, is where Notre Dame has been solid. Again, prior to the two games, including today, they had only allowed 74 goals. Allowed just 70 goals all of 2018 unofficially. And Green was all over that one to snatch it up. Some of the fans thought that a Notre Dame player may have been in the crease as well, but good defense and good goalkeeping. Now Oslander turning on the Jets. Gets past a couple of men. And now into the attacking zone. 2-goal advantage. Kobe Oslander with 2 goals for the Panthers. He's up to 24 now, matching his assist total on the season. Creeping ever closer to 50 points. Now behind the net, Panthers walking around, it's Jake Bennett. .222 left in the second. McConaughey has one of the goals as well. Now it's Bennett driving in into a sea of Navy. Somehow comes up with it and fires it home. We'll take a look at that replay for sure, as Bennett now has 2 goals. Starts off just a one-on-one situation. The defense collapses, somehow spins out of it, and he finds a shooting lane. Get it past the keeper, and PDS up to its largest lead of the day with 3, 5-2, 2:08 to go in the second. They have scored all 3 of the goals that have been tallied in this period. We were talking about Hennig and his versatility and the fact that he can do it all, goals and assists, and that applies to Bennett as well. He came into the weekend 25 goals, 25 assists. He's got a pair of goals today. PDS has had some success in the face-off circle of late. Oslander after it. A couple of navy blue sticks in, and the Irish have control. Joe Meidling. And a snapshot, and it's drilled home. And that is Hennig. So Hennig is on the board. The Rutgers commit finds home and draws Notre Dame to within 2. Take a look at some of these teams like PDS, and when you move around in prep classifications and competition level already steps up tenfold. Seeing it now as Notre Dame is certainly not quitting here after giving up 3 straight goals in this second, able to get back on the board. And the Irish, their fortunes turning as well in terms of face-offs there. Another good job by Meidling. Officials are going to conference there after the scrum. And the collision of bodies that occurred following the face-off win. 1:28 left in the second, a 2-goal lead for the Panthers, and we'll see what comes of this. Again, Notre Dame undefeated on the season, 10-0, 9-2 PDS. Notre Dame already had 2 man-up situations earlier in this game, and the Panthers were able to defend both of those. Those came earlier in this period. O'Connor. Albert back to O'Connor. Now Oslander. 1:05 to play in the second. So much like the end of the first period, PDS content to control here and force the issue in terms of the last opportunity at the end of a period. 2-goal advantage. Has been as many as 3. Wind continues to swirl here at Baker Field. Really nice day for lacrosse. Temperatures in the low to mid 60s today. And a timeout from the coaching staff of Princeton Day. 28.4 seconds to go in the half. Want to draw something up here. Had a couple of players right around 20 goals. Drew McConaughey had reached 20 goals today with a tally earlier. Jimmy O'Connor right in that number. Oslander now up to 24 tallies on the season. Jake Bennett as well. And then you got Cal Caputo, who has not scored yet, but certainly always makes an impact. The big-time goal scorer with 48 on the season. .4 seconds to go in the second half. Or excuse me, second period. Just to recap the scoring here, in the first, 10:59 mark, Kobe Oslander. Then about 4 minutes later, Zitkowski. And we traded back to PDS. Bennett, a nifty goal over his shoulder. 6:05 to go in the period. And then Okupski with 3:36. So it was 2-2 after 1. And then PDS started to turn on the jets a little bit. McConaughey with a nice pass was delivered into the back of the net for a goal, the first of 3 in a row for the Panthers. Oslander tallied his second, then Bennett moments later. That was at the 2:08 mark, and Hennig got his first of the game with 1:44 left in this period. So 5-3 your score. This is a PDS team that has certainly been battle tested in the first season under Coach Joe Moore. And we'll see what Coach Moore and company have figured out. Oslander right point. Again, 25 seconds to go in the first half. Bennett. Quick pass, 10 seconds left. Got to find a shot soon. Knocked away from William Albert. Now on the ground, big hit leveled. PDS bouncing right back up. And that's going to do it. 5-3, Princeton Day in the lead after 2 periods of play over Notre Dame here on Senior Day, as the Panthers try to be the lone blemish on the schedule of Notre Dame, an Irish squad that has not lost yet this season, as PDS preps for their prep tournament play as well, trying to go in on a high note. So we have a couple more periods of action to come. We'll step aside for a moment as you're watching Prep School Lacrosse on the Play-by-Play Sports Network. Set to start the third at Baker Field as they've got 12 minutes up on the scoreboard. 5-3, Princeton Day School. Trying to give Notre Dame its first loss. Speaking of losing, PDS, they lost 2 of their first 4 games to Prep Powers, as we mentioned, Hunn and Lawrenceville. They won 5 straight, and then that's been continuing. They continued that streak up to now. They lead 5-3, a 9-2 overall record for the Princeton Day School Panthers. Irish controlling the face-off to get things started. Speaking of getting things started, Hennig was able to get something going. 1:44 to go in the second quarter. He picked up his first tally of the game. See if that leads to more as we begin the third period of play. Irish in the navy blue with the white numerals attacking the goal to our right, and PDS defending in the white with the blue numbers. Oslander there was harrying the Irish player, now behind the cage. Lippincott spins away from his defender, tries to loop it up and over Green, but he does not. Didn't score, but the Irish were able to retain possession because of the stick checking call against the Panthers. Knocked away. Good defense by Oslander. Now around the horn, and the pass across the slot from Zetkowski got away from its intended target, and it rolls out of play along the PDS bench. Oslander, we've seen him in the defensive role. He scored 2 goals today for the Panthers, and Coach Moore was talking a lot about what he brings as a two-way player. We've seen him defensively as well, especially recently, and on a couple of man advantages that Notre Dame failed to score on in the second period. Now storming down the field are the Panthers. That was Albert, number 16, who got things going. Now probing for a shot attempt. Sliding up and bounces off of Brady. That shot from Cal Caputo, the hard-working junior, who had 96 points in somewhere around 25 career games. Very efficient shooter and also scorer. Having a career season. Again, it's senior day, but he's a player that's certainly looking for some more to come. Caputo, interesting story, was written in the Trentonian. He works hard at it. He's got about a 3x3 net in his basement, also a concrete wall, and it's a lot of hits and as many shots as he can on that to try to continue to improve. And a low shot skids wide off the stick of sophomore Alec Jones. Now Hennig, the Rutgers commit, is back in action. Guarded tightly by Sam Bernardi. Tries to find some space. Now they switch on the defense. Jacoby. And now it's back out. Drifts out past that yellow line. Lippincott. Now trying to dive Akupski, who does have a goal today. And that errant shot back over to the pictures of the seniors that you see over there. Princeton Day School. Patrick Larkin. Nice job by Jones to adjust and catch that one. Guarded by Oslander. Now flips it to the point. Akupski, the junior, now sends it forward. A tough angle shot is fought off by Green. Good job by Ryan Wood there. And Oslander comes up with it. He'll turn on the Jets the other way. It's a 4-on-3. Now nice spin. Backhand shot gets just past the cage, and Brady is all over that one. Good effort, though, by Cal Caputo there. Brady's going to send it forward. 2-goal lead for Princeton Day School. The Panthers have not trailed in this one. 8:23 left in the third. It has been tied twice. Nice turnover generated there. Now floating around toward midfield, and they'll set things back up with Oslander and O'Connor. Panthers have been very, very successful in being patient here, biding their time and trying to find an opportunity. Caputo takes the spot behind the cage. Now back to Caputo. Quick shot, and it's a goal. There he is. He's on the board. player we spotlighted, leading goal scorer for Princeton Day School. He's up one closer to 50 on the season. 6-3, PDS in front. And we talked a lot about Jake Bennett and his scoring ability, as he scored a couple of nice goals in this one. But there he had a nice bit of assisting. Now back into the center circle. 3-goal lead. Matching the largest of the day. PDS had a 5-2 lead earlier in the second. So the sense of urgency has to come pretty soon. Again, still a lot of time left, but Irish want to continue to stay within striking distance. And a wind and a fire. And, oh, Green didn't know where it was, and it's split behind the goal. Now Oslander sends it out. Nice scoop by Rourke. Rourke uses that stick of his to send it over to the left side now, and Bernardi will work it up along the sideline. Trying to clear it. Being harried by Hennig, but it didn't matter because he got around him anyway. Now trying to get between a couple of players, and it'll be the Irish who will take control, awarded positioning. 6-3 the score, 6:45 to go in the third. PDS with the advantage. It was 2-2 after one. At the half, it was 5-3. Now driving in, and that was a pass to the right side. Did not find the intended target. Lippincott was waiting over there. Ryan Wood was the player that went in there for the shot. We mentioned about 6, maybe 7 scoring threats that these Irish provide. That one off the top of the cage did not go in, according to the estimation of the officials. Would have been a goal for Joey Lippincott. Irish still have it, though. 6:11 to play in the third. Now an open opportunity, and Notre Dame makes the most of it. Matt Vasali, the senior. Nice bit of passing there between the two. So the lead back to 2 goals for PDS. Vasali now with 6. So you look at some of the scoring threats. You have Hennig with, and again, this was as of prior to the weekend, Hennig with 25 goals, Larkin around 11, Lippincott 18, Kupski with 12, Zetkowski with 17, Ryan Wood around 17. Again, this is a very deep and talented attack. Notre Dame squad that is known for their defense. They were allowing 3 goals a game for the majority of the first half of the season. They got to turn it on offensively here, down 2. But they have cut off a string of PDS goals, and they are starting to create more offensive time, more offensive opportunities. Now behind the cage. Tough pass. Bernardi is all over Hennig right now. And we've got an extra shove that will draw a flag. 5:31 to play in the third. Now, I do not believe that Notre Dame has been able to score on a man-up opportunity today. They've had a couple of chances, and 2 of them were in the second period of play. So Bernardi's going to go over and take a knee, and the Irish are going to try to take advantage of this opportunity. 5:31 left in the third. Notre Dame trying to remain unbeaten. They're one of their tougher stretches in the schedule. Mentioned they faced Allentown just a short while ago. They were pretty excited about that matchup. Now they get to come to Baker Field and face a Panther team that's hungry to spoil the party here for the undefeated run. Lippincott exchanging now. Ryan Wood back to the point. Wood now on the doorstep. Lippincott trying to find a passing lane. Back to Wood. Wood. Low shot wide of Green. He's been threatening that a couple of times, has Wood. Again, it's a tight angle, but trying to wrist it past him there. Coming up on the 5-minute mark. Now driving in. Great defense there. Linehan came up with it. A good job by Doherty there to create the pressure. No call there on a high stick, and the Irish coming up with it. Stick was up near the head, at least in the estimation of some of the fans here. And now the ball's back on the turf. And here we've got a stick from behind as coming away with it, Jacoby. And I think the Panthers signaled that they wanted to stop and talk about a couple of things here with 4:36 to go in the third, as play had certainly been going the Irish's way in terms of control in the offensive zone, at least lately. But on the scoreboard, it's still a 2-goal advantage for the Panthers. So the scoring so far in this period, it was 5-3 at halftime. And at 7:52, Caputo got his first of the game to make it 6-3, and Salia scored about 2 minutes later to make it 6-4. That was at the 6:05 mark. And now 4:36 to play, and it's 6-4 still. PDS in front. So we have a couple of coaches who were fairly new to the programs here, but they certainly inherited some outstanding lacrosse players. And Coach Joseph Moore at Princeton Day, one of the players that he credited for his time in lacrosse and around the game was Chris Sanderson, legend in the area of the world in terms of lacrosse. He actually played for Sanderson at True North, did Joe Moore, and he was crediting Sanderson as a key role of getting him into Syracuse and playing there. And then, as we mentioned, Moore went on to play in the Major League Lacrosse outfit with the Rochester Rattlers. So it's nice to have that type of playing experience. You see a lot of that with some coaches around the area. And certainly had a lot of success to build off of. As a couple of Prep B titles, a couple of Mercer County titles under the belts of the Princeton Day Panthers. Again, facing this season some stiff competition in the likes of Hunn and Lawrenceville that they met within their first 4 games of the season. Those are the only 2 losses of the year. So we're starting to see the cliff notes of Notre Dame become apparent. Fast-moving squad, hard shooters, play great D, and don't mind being aggressive. They are down at the moment, 6-4, but it's anyone's contest here with just under 1/2 of a period and then a whole period to play in regulation. So coming out of the stoppage, it's Oslander. He will wheel his way to the right side of the field. I know hockey season was a long time ago, but certainly looks fresh now. Does Oslander. Very fleet of foot here. Talked about the good-natured ribbing between the two teams. Threw a couple of words back and forth before the game, as both teams kind of know what's at stake. Again, no postseason ties, but an undefeated season on the line still. Back to the goal, quick turnaround, and a shot finds the back of the net from Jake Bennett, who's got a triple today for the Panthers. Back to the largest lead of 3 for PDS. We've been tied twice, but PDS has not trailed. Last tie score was up until the 6-minute mark of the second quarter. And that was when it was 2-2. So the Irish are going to have to rattle off a couple of goals in succession if they want to break down this current advantage of the Panthers. 3:51 again to go in the third. And they will rule that to the Irish. Some of the fans thought that they pushed. Nice maneuvering to get into position around the right side. Zatkowski still with it now, flipping it off to Wood. Ryan Wood has not scored himself today yet. Lippincott behind the net. Scott, or Jones, excuse me, the sophomore. And now back at the point, Zatkowski. Gets around his man, fires a shot, and over the shoulder of Green. Look at the replay there. Wasn't a ton of space, but just enough to get the angle there as he beat his first man. The second one came over a little bit late. And Zatkowski has his second goal of the game. He's up around the 20-goal mark this season as well. Talked about the balanced attack that the Irish possess. PDS girls won 20-13 over Somerville today on their senior day. That was the game right before this one. Nice weather for it as well. Winds gusting at times up to around 10 miles per hour on a sunny, I guess partly cloudy, but a lot of sun shining through on what is 60 to 65 degree day at Baker Field. Leidling wins the draw. Trying to get around Oslander. He draws a double and now sends it off to Hennig. Hennig finds some room. Will he fire? Yes, he will. And that rockets past the cage. Got a step, got the opportunity, just didn't put it home. One of the few big-time college commits that we are seeing in this game. Again, Hennig headed to Rutgers. Back to the point again. Nice dodge and spin away from contact. Looking for Ryan Wood. The stick got up there and deflected the pass. Gibson Linehan again. Trying for the clearance now. And rumbling through is Keeney. And now slow down the pace will the Panthers. 2:14 to play in the third. And they'll call it back on the infraction, but it's stolen right away. Caputo. Don't let that lack of size fool you. It was also mentioned in the article. He's had to work hard to succeed at the game of lacrosse. A little bit smaller than some of these players. Take a look at that back line defensively of the Irish and some of the height that Caputo giving up on them. Liam Smith, a small stalwart standing in the middle, now content to watch Caputo. Will not honor him. Now they'll step up and challenge him a little bit. Here comes Tilton in the double. Nice pass in the middle. And the pass went awry from the slot, but collected by O'Connor. Now back to the point. Albert. Left side, Bennett. Bennett has a hat trick today. He's also had worked some magic with the assists. The dodge, the spin. Fakes the pass, now sends it across. And Oslander has 3, firing it at home. 8-3, PDS. Or 5, excuse me. A 3-goal lead for the Panthers. It was 5-3 at halftime. PDS was in front, now 8-5. 1:13 to play in the third. So So again, that 3-goal lead has been the largest that PDS has been able to get ahead today. And the Irish trying to stay within striking distance, but PDS keeping the pressure on. Princeton Day Panthers and Christopher Newport commit Kobe Oslander, the senior, with 3 goals. Jake Bennett, the junior, he has 3 goals. Long drawn out draw here, and looks like the officials will say he hit the turf on his own accord, and the Irish will come away with it. Nice maneuvering by Corey Walsh. 43 seconds to go in the third. PDS able to hold for the last shot in each of the first 2 periods, but the Irish the opportunity to do so here unless they find something better. Hennig working that lacrosse stick, and he'll decide to send it out to the point for Alec Jones. Jones came into the weekend with 2 goals and 3 assists. Try to find some room. 15 seconds left. Panthers holding on to a 3-goal lead in the third. Now 9 seconds remaining. Hennig working his way inside, and he puts it home. Worked his way into 3 white shirts. And Hennig on the board again. 4.2 seconds to go in the quarter. 8-6, Panthers. Eric Hennig with 2 goals today for the Irish. And we will do the draw one more time. And that's going to do it. So it's anybody's contest. 8-6, Princeton Day School. The Panthers have not trailed in this one. We had 2 ties back in the first period. But the Irish right on the doorstep here, and we'll see how the fourth quarter transpires. 8-6, Princeton Day School in front on the Play-by-Play Sports Network. You have a look there at the schedule of the Panthers. That one does not include the game against Pennington, so if you're wondering about the record, that is why the Pennington victory was 17-5 on the 25th. So you look at the starts, 2 of the first 4 games against teams like Hunn and Lawrenceville, 13-5, and then 15-12, a hard-fought battle with Lawrenceville, but in there a number of victories. And Highstown was mistakenly marked as a loss there, you might have noticed. But this is a Panther team that after that loss to Lawrenceville, 6-7 in a row now that they have rattled off. And they are now 9-2 on the season, looking to cap things off heading into the prep tournament by handing Notre Dame its first defeat of the year. And they're 1 quarter away from doing just that. And we'll see if the Irish have what it takes to get their first lead of the contest in the fourth period. We're underway in the fourth. Chess match going on in the center circle between Mackles and Meidling. And Mackles taken down to the turf. That has to be an infraction. Well, they're going to award the ball to the Panthers.
What she said.
So PDS gets the first control in the fourth quarter. After a 6-goal third period of play, we'll see what's in store here. Panthers taking their time setting this one up. Caputo took a little while to get on the board, but he did so in the third. Leading goal scorer in the midst of a breakout career year for the junior. Now it's Oslander who has a hat trick today. He has scored once in every period of play. Errant shot will be scooped up and reset by the Panthers. Coming up on 2 minutes into this fourth period of play. PDS trying to stop the undefeated season of Notre Dame. 10-0 Irish, 9-2 Panthers. O'Connor. Oslander. Two of the top seniors for this Panther squad on senior day. And the winds continue to swirl. We're listed at around 10 miles per hour on start time. Trying to find a shot opportunity. Caputo slid it over his shoulder, but way over the net. He was there, but he couldn't finish it. Nice feed by McConaughey there to get it to Caputo. 10:06 to go in the fourth. And it remains 8-6. And a good eye by the official to step the player going out of bounds. So Oslander will take over, drifting into the zone. The Irish have not led at all today. We had 2 ties. They were back in the first quarter. It was 2-2, 5-3 at halftime, and 8-6. Your score stands now. That's the way it was after 3. Bennett and Oslander both with hat tricks for the Panthers. O'Connor using his strength there to try to get around the defender. Could not. Good job by the Irish. Now Oslander speeding his way. And back out to Albert. PDS very patient here. You would expect them to be so with that 2-goal advantage and still 9 minutes to go. Now back at the left point. It's O'Connor. Bennett. The dodge gets around O'Connor, but no space to be had. Back out to the point, he drifts. 8:50 to go. Back off the split. Good defensive stand here by the Irish. Bennett now putting his shoulder in, trying to gain some ground on that turf. Can't find a shot. Flipped away from the backhand. He still has it now, goal line extended near side. 8:30 to go in the fourth. Oslander over to O'Connor. Now Albert. Back behind the net. McConaughey, who does have a goal today. And that one's knocked away, and the Irish, looks like they've come away with it. Good defensive stand by Hunter Tilton, allowing his team a chance down the field. Pass goes wide of the intended target. Wood trying to keep it in. And they'll say he did so, and PDS comes away with it. O'Connor tried a one-handed attempt at that one. Couldn't get there. Panthers still have it, though. Oslander streaking up the right side. No one on him. He's got a shot opportunity. Takes it, and it's knocked down. Great defense in the back line by the Irish. Brady was there. Certainly a great opportunity for Oslander. Already has 3 goals today, the Christopher Newport commit. 7:31 to play in regulation. Panthers have led by as many as 3. Notre Dame looking for their first lead of the day. Got some work to do to get there. Weaving away between a couple of defenders, and then the ball is lost. There was an opportunity there for Lippincott, but good team defense by the Panthers. Chugging his way down the field now is O'Connor. O'Connor, a powerful shot knocked aside. It's anyone's, and looks like it's wrestled away by the back line of the Irish, and maybe something spotted on the back end as well by the official. Well, wrestled away, not necessarily in a legal manner, which leads to a violation. So off of that, it will remain with PDS, and they'll go back to their patient surveying of the scene as the clock continues to wind down. It's kind of the way, if you're just joining us, it's been for most of this fourth period. There was one break chance with Oslander that was sticked aside nicely by the D of the Irish. There's the split, there's the spin. Oslander trying to find some room. He fires and scores. Wasn't much there, and he made the room. That's the first goal of the fourth period. And Oslander has scored in every frame so far on senior day here. 9-6 Panthers. Kobe Oslander with 4 goals today to lead all scores. This 3-goal lead is the largest that PDS has had. They've had it multiple occasions, and the Irish have done a good job of chipping away here. Meidling comes away with that, an important draw here if the Irish are able to get some momentum. Hennig. 2 goals on the afternoon. Guarded tightly by Bernardi. Low shot, and Green did a good job of covering everything up. Now Bernardi on the outlet. Oslander trying to find some room, working around Akupski. Nice shielding with the body by Kobe Oslander. 5.5 minutes to play in regulation. Panthers looking to end what has so far been a spotless campaign, undefeated for Notre Dame. Now driving, McConaughey. He scored to start the second quarter with 6 minutes to go in that period. Back to the right point, Oslander. Now left side, just playing catch for the Panthers. 2-2 after 1. It was 5-3 at halftime, and then 8-6 after 3 quarters of play. So it's been tight. Those 2 tie scores were back in the first. Tough stick checking there by Luke Akupski. And now PDS will set up behind the cage. It is Jake Bennett. Bennett roving out left side, pass in front, and it's tipped home. And a flag is thrown as Caputo was able to bury the shot. 4:30 left in regulation. And Cal Caputo with a couple of tallies to his name. 10-6. So you had the infraction as well occurring as Caputo was knocked down, but nice quick thinking as it had barely touched the netting of his stick before he threw it out and back into the net. Forget what the numbers were, but again, in that article in the Trentonian, Caputo said something about 100 or 500 shot attempts. His little 3x3 net in the basement. A lot of the work that these kids do off the field to succeed in their sport of choice. And a little bit of an early start And so PDS will take over here. 4-goal lead now is a new largest lead of the day for the Panthers, trying to comfortably coast home. They have had control for a majority of this fourth quarter. Notre Dame still with a chance to score. They have plenty of scoring threats. And the coaching staff on the far side imploring them, they got to start getting aggressive here. Oslander sneaks his way in. Pass across the crease, and O'Connor trying to scoop it up off the turf. It'll roll out, and it'll stay with the Panthers, 3:48 to play. 4-goal advantage for Princeton Day. Lost 2 of their first 4 games. As you move up classification, you start to get the top teams such as Hun. Lawrenceville game was close, and then Panthers have continued to win. O'Connor now being harried at the point, drawing a double, now slipping away. Panthers content to keep possession here with their 4-goal lead. Cal Caputo with 2. Bennett with 3 tallies in the game. Oslander with 4. He's got it now, does Oslander. Feeds O'Connor. O'Connor around the defender. Low shot, knocked aside. Good job by the back line. Brady and company. Liam Smith. Long outlet. Trying to body for position, and
Timeout, coach. Good timeout.
we have a timeout call.
Thank you.
Looked like the Irish were in for a run there, but things stopped with 2:50 remaining.
Thanks for stopping the fast break.
10-6. The Panthers in the lead. And we'll take a look at some of the scoring. Won't go through all the names here, but it was 2-2 after the first, 5-3 at halftime. And then we had 6 goals in the third period, 8-6 after 3. And Oslander and Caputo, the only 2 tallies in the fourth period of play, a period that has been dominated possession-wise by the Panthers. And Notre Dame will have an opportunity here to draw something up out of this stoppage. They got to start getting some goals quickly, and that aggressiveness again has to be there on the defensive end. This PDS has been content to pass it around the horn here. The Panthers, no stranger to the Prep B crown, and a couple of Mercer County tournaments to their credit. And of course, moving up in classification, immediately they start to see some tougher competition. As Coach Moore himself was quoted as saying before the year started, goals stay the same for the most part every single season. Coaches don't have to identify the goals. They know what to strive for year in and year out. And Coach Moore, in his first season at the helm of PDS lacrosse, while he's fortunate to have those goals already stipulated and established by the teams ahead of him and the success that they have had. A number of outstanding seniors on Princeton Day for sure. But don't forget the juniors we've been mentioning as well. Jake Bennett has put together a nice season. He can shoot the heck out of the ball, as Coach said, and we saw earlier a goal with his back to the cage, just flipped it over his shoulder. Cal Caputo, also a junior, so bright things in the future, and also bright things in the present for PDS. Now they have to stave off the attack of the Irish. Coming with a hurry, and that shot from range is saved. That shot taken by Patrick Larkin. Now Green will outlet it. And a dive unable to control, but a good job of rolling it along the ground. Jacoby.
Good timeout. That's a good timeout.
2:27 left in the fourth. 10-6 as control was eventually held, and Coach Moore wants to talk things over here about how to chaperone his team to the end of this one. A 4-goal advantage. They were able to get it there courtesy of Cal Caputo's mark at the 4:30 portion of this quarter. So take a look at some of the seniors. They were talking about a few of them before the game. Connor Green going to Stevens, the senior, who's been there for a couple of years in the program, was very instrumental last season to the way that campaign ended. And you take a look at a game that they had over then number 18 Pingree. Last season it was a 7-5 win. They were the non-public B state champ. Connor Green had a role in that a while ago. There's a number of games that you can point out, including some of those postseason tournament games and championship games. And then you go down the list, you take a look at Sam Bernardi. He's going to Michigan, a 2-year starter. Declan Rourke headed to Fordham. Jimmy O'Connor going to Trinity to play lacrosse there. And then Matt Keeney headed to Princeton. And they were talking before the game about his willingness to switch positions for the team. Another senior that they've counted on this season. Kobe Oslander, of course, who has scored 4 goals in this game. Headed to Christopher Newport. And Ben Blitz as well, who was one of the seniors honored prior to this contest for the Princeton Day School Panthers. So Oslander back underway. Kept under close watch there by Carson Scove. Whacking away at him, trying to get that ball back in their possession with 2:08 to go. Aggressiveness has to pick up. Caputo now in the near corner. Getting around one defender. Now staying with the other one, not going straight toward goal, knowing that all he has to do is run down this time with the 4-goal lead. Jake Bennett, who just received that pass moments ago from Caputo again, will be carrying the torch after this season is over, but still a couple of games left. You got the preps starting up, as we will show in the graphic for both the girls and boys teams here at PDS. O'Connor now, flag is thrown, a couple of flags actually. Oslander, 1:17 to go on the delay here. See if Notre Dame can even touch it, get that possession before the clock runs out in the 4th. Bennett now around a man, and he will take it all the way up to the point. 2 goals in this period, put them up 10-6. Now finding some space and working it back out. O'Connor. 45 seconds left in the 4th. And PDS finding some space, and it's O'Connor who will seal the deal. 11-6. And the Panthers have scored 3 straight goals. We do have a flag late. 34 seconds remaining in regulation.
Get him out of the game!
First goal by O'Connor today. Saw some contact there right after the goal in the replay. That's what a lot of the fuss was about. Jimmy O'Connor now up to 19 unofficially on the season. Closing in on the 40-point mark is O'Connor. 11-6 now. The officials still talking it over there. Again, that flag was thrown after the goal. Possible elbow contact. And all the penalties signaled out on the far side, as there was a delay. 34 seconds to go. 11-6, PDS in front. So you've got an advantage for Notre Dame with 34 seconds left in the fourth, with the penalties assessed. And the quick shot finds the back of the net. Dean Zetkowski. That is his third of the afternoon with 26.6 on the clock. And back to the face-off circle we go. So that kind of slowed down momentum there after the O'Connor goal. There was a little bit of extracurriculars. The elbow contact led to a man-up situation for the Irish. Still have 26.6 to go. It would be kind of miraculous to score 4 at this point, but quite possible. We'll see how fast the Irish can go, and they're going to have to win these draws. That's kind of self-explanatory here. Meidling is going to settle back in.
Hold the goalies, too!
Moments away are the Panthers of ending the undefeated season of the Notre Dame Irish. Okupski now speeding down the other way. Hennig, who has a couple of goals, the Rutgers commit, fires and scores. 14.6 now. Well, the Irish were not excelling in the man-up situations early in the game, but when they've given the opportunities late in this one, they certainly have made PDS pay. So a glimmer of hope for the Irish here. They just have to continue to win those draws, get down quick. What a shot by Hennig, who's got himself 3 goals on the afternoon. And we've got another stoppage here. So that 14.6 you see on the clock, well, you don't see 14.6, but that could be, what, 10 minutes here? No, probably not. So a valiant effort by the Irish here to draw things closer after the big advantage. Well, got to get down the field fast. Meidling now will send it off. And it's Okupski, fires a wild shot. And that one's blocked out. And that is going to do it. The Princeton Day School Panthers have ended the undefeated season of the Irish. They've ended that winning way. And it's their first loss. And speaking of winning, PDS continues to do just that. Just 2 losses on the season for the Panthers as they've got the Preps coming up. So 11-8 is your final score. Oslander, one of the heroes of the day. He scored a goal in every single quarter. Bennett also with a hat trick. Caputo added a couple of tallies. O'Connor scored as well. And a great balanced attack from PDS. Gets the job done in the end, 11-8. And we'll take a look at the upcoming schedule to close things out. This is for the PDS viewers. You probably already know this, of course, but calendars are marked, and this is the prep tournament dates, again, coming up, I guess, around the corner in a little bit, but those times, again, PDS boys will be at Lawrenceville. When you step up in competition, of course, you face teams like Hunn and Lawrenceville. That last meeting with Lawrenceville was close. We're hoping for the same again, and the PDS girls will be taking on Pennington. So that's all we have for you from our executive producers, Simon Rosenwasser, also Kristen and John, our crew members. I'm Kevin Fodinger saying so long. Thanks for joining us on the Play-by-Play Sports Network today. Again, the final scores 20-13. The PDS girls beat Somerville, and then 11-8. PDS knocks off Notre Dame. Thanks and have a good weekend.